started doing counterfeiting, and the 50s were always perfect. I would make IDs all the time at Kinko's. The credit card number would be on receipts. So I just call it in to buy a train ticket. While I'm staying with him, I steal one of his credit cards.
You're a good friend.
Hard life. Hey, if you got anything bad, don't walk this yard. You'll get killed. But I'm like, I'm good, you know?
You're not good.
I know, but I feel like I'm okay. Cop opens the door and, hey, the warden wants you. I'm like, what? I realized I need to have like a story to like stand on. So I'll just go with like the first like tragedy that kind of like set me on this, you know.
Okay.
My uncle, who was kind of like my brother, he was like 5 years older than me, my mom's baby brother, was in a car crash. Everyone in my family is sitting in the living room and crying. And I thought something had happened to my kid brother for some reason because I didn't see him. My stepdad at the time takes me outside and he's like, you know, Victor was last night in a car crash. And I literally, almost like a movie, like dropped to my knees and screamed. I was like, no, no, no. And it was like the hardest. He was like, we hung out every day. We used to like drink beer and play Monopoly. He was just really close. And like, I cried talking about it forever. Fast forward to the next week at his funeral, I did some, and it was the first time I'd ever did with some of my uncle's older friends, because they all, you know, knew me and loved me because I was always with my uncle and kind of as a tag along. And I just started working. I guess this is the first time I ever did any kind of like, it was not a scam or like fraud, but I took the company gas card. It was a Chevron card, and they had these Chevron stores that you could buy headphones or a Walkman, you know, like the little tape player Walkmans,
right.
You know. And I remember just running that up, you know, bought some Ray-Bans. I remember those were the first nice pair of sunglasses I ever had. Put it on the gas card. And so anyway, lost that job, ran up the gas card. You know, he got pissed, of course. You know, he used that excuse to fire me. But I knew I was. I knew I was
say
fired.
it's a good excuse.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not free money.
Yeah. And but you know, that I guess that was kind of my first taste. I never really thought about that. And then I opened a checking account, and I realized I could write bad checks.
Right.
So, you know, in my name, you know.
There's got to be money in the. It's got to be money in the bank account.
I just
right?
thought,
like I still have checks in the book.
Yeah. and I did that for like groceries, and I took the Amtrak train to Aspen one time and paid for it all with that, with bad checks, and bought skis and like these bright fluorescent outfits, you know, like ski outfits back in the day. So ugly, but I just thought it was so cool. But it was all with bad checks.
I hate to interrupt the program, but if you didn't know, my name's Matthew Cox, and I spent 13 years in prison for title theft. And this is how easy title theft is. I can be sitting in a Starbucks with my computer. I can go online, go to public records, get your address, name of the homeowner. I can create a deed, a satisfaction of mortgage. I can file that satisfaction of mortgage. I can then transfer the name of your home into someone else's name, or I can simply create a driver's license in the true homeowner's name. I can then sell the home or borrow against the home, and I can do all of that online sitting in Starbucks. I can apply for the mortgages online. I can open up the bank accounts online. I can go to the closing online. I can have all the documents notarized online, and I can have all of the money wired into my bank accounts online. I can then transfer that money out of those accounts to other accounts, or maybe I could buy precious metals, I could buy diamonds, and I can have all of that delivered anywhere I want by sitting in Starbucks. That's how easy it is to commit this crime now. And it's happening more and more every single day. If you think that you're not vulnerable, you're dead wrong. Do you know who's a potential victim of this crime? Anybody that owns a house. Anybody that thinks I can't be a victim is just absolutely dead wrong. I'm telling you right now, if you own a piece of property, you are a potential victim. The only way to stop the crime is to be notified by a monitoring service like Home Title Lock. Home Title Lock monitors your property records, alerts you of any changes, and if you are a victim, they jump in with their team of restoration experts to resolve the issue. You can get a 30-day free trial of their triple lock protection and a complimentary title history report by going to HometitleLock.com and using promo code MATT30, or click on the link in the description box. Don't let someone like me catch you off guard.
So we moved to Utah. I was working at Sears selling carpet. And I was able to open an account there, and I did the same thing, wrote some bad checks, but I got busted for it. That's my first time ever in jail. I was there for 30 days. It seemed like 10 years. When I got out, I thought money looked different, Man, this money is so weird and small, man. It was crazy. It was 30. I think it's crazy now because I've done so much time.
Right.
In 30 days, I'd be like, hell yeah, I'm getting out in 30 days. Yeah. I'm going to do some push-ups or whatever. And I was supposed to check in with the PO, but I went straight back to California. So I met this girl, and we fell in love. And she was like, everyone wanted this girl out of all those guys in Hollywood. So everyone was like jealous of me. And it was just a weird thing. Anyway, and we end up getting married. We stay in Hollywood for a little bit. Then we move to Montana. Her parents owned a Sears store up there. Well, I ended up working for her parents. We start having financial trouble. So we're arguing all the time. And so we think for some reason that we should move back to California. I got an argument with her dad one time, and I headbutted him, and he got this big like knot on his head, and it was nuts. So they ended up kind of not liking me anymore, but kind of had to because I was married to their daughter, and but she wanted to take a go at it at acting again. She go back and do improv stuff, and we were just trudging along. And then she was in a car accident. My wife was killed in a car accident.
How did that happen? Was
drunk driver. She went to see her sister in a play in Seattle, and she was in this car accident. I was supposed to be there, but a drunk driver hit them, and she was killed. So this is the second person that's been. That's why I'm super like when any of my friends drink and drive, dude. I get super upset, and and I just kind of went off the deep end. I was like took time off work, was in like the fetal position for a month on my couch, and this guy who used to work in my lab. I was a systems engineer. I got my MCSE. That's what I left out. I got my MCSE. It's a Microsoft certified systems engineer. You take like 6 tests, five tests and an elective. And so this guy used to come check on me, and he always bring me food, make sure I was okay. Like didn't kill. I think he was just coming to check to see if he ever found a body for real.
Right.
He would bring me McDonald's, and he brought me this McDonald's. He's like, "Hey man, I put some speed in your orange juice. Just get you off this couch." And I was like, yeah. Okay, cool, man. Cool. Yeah, I'm okay. And I thought my vision of speed is like crosstops or mini thins, the old trucker speed you could get or like Robin's eggs. These are all like 70s like speed that, would go around school, just like little pills,
right.
Pharmaceutical pills. And
his idea,
Yellow Jackets, there's all kinds of different ones.
What was his idea of speed?
Meth.
Right.
Yeah, crank. Yeah. And man, I felt so good. It felt so good. I like God, I was laying there. I felt it come on. And I was like, what the hell? My head was tingly. I was like, whoa, what the heck, man? And like I went and looked in the mirror, and my face was all like, my eyes were open, my pupils were big. I was just like, it was just the most amazing feeling I'd ever had to come from such a low to such a high. It wasn't just like I was, hey, we're at a party drinking. Like, hey, did you try this? Do a line, and you get high. You're already high, drunk high, but you get high and, maybe you like it, maybe you don't. It keeps you up. But to be from such a low, and I thought about this for, a long time because I became such this raging addict. Not one of my therapists told me, she's like, you're not really like a drug addict. You're like an adrenaline junkie because you just want to feel the rush, feel the rush, feel the rush. You don't want to like just feel high and just like marinate in it, and, go flail and be tweaky somewhere. You like just want to just keep getting high and like have that adrenaline. But anyway, got up, shaved, cleaned myself up, went to a strip bar, the Seventh Veil in Hollywood, met this stripper. She was from North Carolina. And just talking to her, I'm living off my credit cards now because I'm not working. I'm paying everything with credit cards. And so I'm like buying lap dances from her, and she's just like hanging on to me because she sees me, I'm spending money. And I'm high as F. And she's like, actually, she's like, are you high? I'm like, yeah. So I told her the story, yeah, my wife died. I was on the couch and this guy brought me some speed. And she's like, well, get some more and I'll get high with you. And I'm just like, okay. So I called the dude and he's like, yeah, sure. So he brings me like a little bindle, and that lasts me a couple of days, like a quarter or a half gram, like lasts me a couple of days. I end up selling to her friends. And so she like knows this guy, this Mexican guy. We can get it, cheaper and better. And she's like, we'll just buy an ounce and we'll sell to all my girlfriends. And I'm basically, she's staying with me. I'm staying with her, a couple nights. That we're inseparable though.
Right.
She introduced me to this Mexican guy. I start buying ounces from him. But because I'm so clean cut, he wants me to go buy glassware from like this chemical place, like big flasks that you cook in.
Right.
I kind of knew that's what he was doing, but I just like pretended I didn't know what I knew what he was doing. He's like, hey, if you go to this place and get me like these 2 big flasks and, this condenser and all these like chemistry lab things, I'll hook you up, Anyway, him and I become really close because I got a little bit of snap to me, but I'm not like, like Sereno gangster guy. And that's kind of what this guy was.
Right.
And I didn't even know what a Sereno was at that time. I'm getting that stuff for him. Him and I have a pretty good relationship. Even when I'm not buying that stuff, he's fronting me, quarter pounds. I start selling to all the drag queens down on Santa Monica Boulevard. And that was a whole new world for me. I'd come in, hey, ladies, what's going on? Hey, you look good. Those new shoes. Just always flirting with all the drag queens. And it used to drive my girlfriend nuts, the stripper chick. She's like, are you gay? I was like, no, I'm just having fun. And but they would pay a lot for dope. And her and I, we would go on like little trips to like sell to her friends over here. We went to North Carolina a couple of times. We take the train. We took the train everywhere. And we get a sleeping car on the train. Have you ever taken an Amtrak?
No.
Yeah, we'd get like a sleeping car, and they had like a bar car. We went to Mardi Gras one time on the train. Came down through here, went back up to Chicago on the train, would go back, and we would just like, be high and drink. But there was this one point, right? I didn't have no drugs, no money. And I would always use my credit card to buy a train ticket. Well, back then, the credit card number would be on receipts, like the whole number.
Yeah.
And this is the craziest thing. I used to think about this all the time. Like, if I wouldn't have found this receipt, would I have ever done this? I found this receipt and it had the number on it. And so I just call it in to buy a train ticket, and it works. It like totally worked. And so I get a train ticket from LA to Washington, D.C. By this time, I'm already looking for more receipts. So I have like kind of a little stack of receipts that I'm going to try, and I would walk through parking lots and look through receipts, Home Depot parking lots, and look through receipts just to get these numbers. And sometimes they would work, sometimes they wouldn't, because I wouldn't know the zip code. I would have to like guess, okay, that Home Depot was in that zip code.
Right.
But I did that for a while. And but I was also selling drugs, so I didn't have to do it all the time. But it was always like even if I had money, if I could get one of those to work, I would do it. We go up to Germantown, Gaithersburg. These are all towns in Maryland. We go up there, and I'm at this Denny's and I hear these guys talking behind me and they're talking about drugs. And this Denny's is in the parking lot of this hotel. And they're talking about drugs. And so, and I'm looking at my girlfriend. I'm like, man, do you hear these guys? She's like, yeah. I've never strong-armed anybody ever in my life. I'm kind of a pussy that way. You know what I mean? Like to like take a gun and be like, hey, bitch, give me all your money. And even though I pretended to be that guy for a long time in prison.
Right.
You know? Yeah. But I told myself I'm going to be super rigorously honest and, you know, here with you. Maybe I should be too honest. Like I come home, my wife be like, what do you do? You're a weirdo, man. But I already kind of warned her, you know, gave her a heads up. But she knows I'm soft as cotton. But I mean, you know, I'm just being self-deprecating. So
these guys are talking about drugs.
Yeah, thank you. You're good at that. You're good at that. These guys are talking about drugs. I watch them. They go right up to this room at the hotel. Well, somewhere in my travels, I got this jacket that says police on the back, and on the shoulder it says like border or something. I can't remember what it said, but it was like a windbreaker. I had that, and we go back to our room, and I'm like, I'm gonna go rob these guys. She's like, what? I was like, yeah, because they look pretty lame, you know. And even though I was a lame, I thought I can take these guys, you know. And I've never been in a fight, you know, except for like with cousins, you know, when I was a kid or, you know, stupid shit like that. And I think I can take these guys. So I'm going to go for it, man. And I don't know what gave me the nuts to do this.
Do you have a gun?
I have nothing. I have nothing. No fake badge, no anything. Just this jacket, you know, what am I going to do? Come in backwards, you know, please. So anyway, so I like pound on the door. They open it and I like push the guy, come in, please, you know, give me the drugs. You know, it was like the stupidest thing. He's like, they're like, what the hell?
That's a windbreaker.
Yeah.
You got nothing but a windbreaker.
Yeah. Dude. This guy comes out of the bathroom and he says police. And I'm like, what the hell? And I just run, dude.
So they were the police?
There was a cop in there, but I think those dudes didn't know that, or I don't know, man, because I just got scared and ran. He's like police, and I just got scared and ran. I would love to say like those guys got scared too, and we're like, what? You're a cop, but I don't know. So I run, I take the jacket off, put it in this trash can, go around the building, go up into my room, and I hang out there. Mind you, this room is all being paid with fake credit cards, you know,
right.
Not fake credit cards, but, you know,
stolen credit cards.
Stolen credit cards. And so I go in there and I tell her, I'm like, oh my God, man, it didn't work. And there was a cop there. She's like, what are you talking about? And I tell her, she's like, what? None of that makes sense. I'm like, I know, it's crazy. Like an hour later, maybe, I hear this boom, 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 police at our hotel room.
You were like, that's the police. That's the police.
Yeah, that's the police.
That's how they knock. I got the knock all wrong.
Yeah. And so I look in the peephole and I can see there's like some like down the hallway and there's one like standing like off to the side.
It's not one guy in a windbreaker.
No, it's not. So the dude opens the door. Well, I open the door. I'm like, hey, what's up? And they like come in. They're like, are you so-and-so? The fake name or whatever name I used. Cecil Vinikoff. That's the name I used. I forgot about that name. Cecil Vinikoff.
Okay. And
I loved that name, man. I don't know why I love that name. So anyway, so they asked me questions. They realized, you know, can we see the card you pay for the room? They realized that was lame. They found all these like numbers written down in the hotel stationery. I remember that specifically because it was part of my like discovery.
Right.
I get arrested. They take me to jail. I'm trying to talk to my girlfriend, you know, to get me bailed out. My bail was cheap. They got me for impersonating law enforcement, using, you know, not numbers that weren't mine. I can't remember what they called it. She finds a bail bondsman that's going to take one of these checks that we had. And
would commit fraud to get me bond on my fraud charge.
And I did, man. I didn't think it was going to work. I had just ordered a bunch of canteen, and the cop's like, "Hey, Yarborough, roll it up." And first thing we do is get a train ticket to go to Boston.
Another stolen credit card.
Stolen credit card. So we get a train ticket from there to Boston. I bought the whole package from there to Boston to Chicago, lay over for a couple of days, and then go to LA.
Aren't you afraid they'll figure it out like halfway through the?
That's happened one time.
Okay.
And got kicked off. We go up to Boston. We get a room at the Boston Harbor Hotel. So we stay there, and we're just like living out these fake credit cards. I have friends wire me money here and there, when they would, but all the friends that I had, when I was a citizen, like normal, not a drug addict, they were starting to see that it was all, everything I'm telling them is lies. I would say, I'm doing a project up here for, AT&T or Microsoft, because that's what I did. I didn't travel a ton, but I traveled a little bit back then. But anyway, they're starting to realize that I'm no good at that time. So we get back to California. We get some drugs, and I get another train ticket to go. It's a wine tasting train on Amtrak. So you basically go from LA to Seattle, and you sip wine, and there's like wine tasting, and you go through Napa Valley, through the vineyards. And I get a hold of a friend that used to live where I lived in Montana, and he lives in Kalispell. So we take the train to Kalispell. Well, while I'm staying with him, I steal one of his credit cards. Because you're
a good friend.
Yeah. Oh man. That one really hurt. No, it really did.
Nobody's more upset about this than me.
Yeah.
I feel like your friend was more upset than you.
Well, I mean, him and his wife went with me on my honeymoon. His wife was my wedding coordinator.
It gets worse. Okay.
Yeah. Like we all went to Mexico to Mazatlan together on my honeymoon. And, so they just thought that was me, and they thought now it's, it's poor Sam, of course we're going to let him come stay.
Right.
But I got this new girlfriend, but as soon as they seen her, cause she's a stripper, and she walked, talked, everything like a stripper. And they seen me where I'm not, I'm a addict.
Right. Yeah. You're not the guy they used to know.
No, not even a little bit. And, so we get there, I steal their credit card, I order a new laptop, and I have it sent to their house with their credit card. And the laptop comes, I said, that's, they had to send that to me because I needed to work from here.
Right.
Just making up lies.
That's perfect. Like if it shows up, they go, I had that ordered from 18. Them not realizing they just paid for it.
Yeah. Like I said, it really hurt me. No. Once I got clean and realized all the bridges, that was kind of one of the big ones. And they won't talk to me. I've reached out and, the night step, to make amends. And so I do that, and we end up going back we're going to Seattle, back down to LA. Mm-hmm. But now I got this, this new laptop, and but of course they realize when we get to Seattle, I just know this from the discovery again. They realize when we get to Seattle that I've stolen from them. So they call the police. We're halfway between Portland and LA. We get to a stop, and as we're slowing down to this stop, I realize this isn't one of our normal stops.
Right.
Because it doesn't stop at every little town.
Yeah.
It stops at bigger towns. But we're stopping at this little town. It's slowing down, and there's these ATVs against the train, coming with it. But they weren't like police ATVs. They were like railroad worker type ATVs. And I'm looking at my girlfriend, and I'm like, dude, do you see that? And we're slowing down. Because I'm worried. I already know, they're going to find out pretty soon.
Right. So
now I'm like, I hope this isn't for us. I hope this isn't for us. So I separate from her and go sit with this other guy. And so we're not together, because they're looking for a couple.
Right.
And man, I bought her this teddy bear. And I bring this up for a reason. I bought her this teddy bear. She loved this teddy bear. She took it with her everywhere. It was almost weird, And what did she call that teddy bear? I wish I could remember the name. I would. Anyway, she called. There was a name for it, and like all my friends thought it was creepy. You know, like what's up with the teddy bear? I was like, no, she likes the teddy bear. And so the cops were looking for a girl with a teddy bear and a guy, you know, who was, you know, my description. So we separate, and so the conductor comes on. He's like looking like this. You know, I'm just like on the computer. Hey, everything cool? Yeah, everything's cool. And then we see these like cops come on, big cops. Like these cops are like, they're just big cops. And, or maybe I just remember it that way. And they're like walking through and they're looking at everybody and they see her with the teddy bear. And they're like, what's your name? And she's like all nervous, like, you know, Beatrice, you know,
Right.
whatever, Montgomery. And they like stay right there and they like come down and they see me and they know it. They know it's me for some reason. Like they don't have a picture of me. They just, I must have just been like trying to pretend.
Maybe the wedding planner still has pictures from your wedding.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I guess they would.
Right? Maybe like, I have
from
a picture
my
of
wedding,
him.
from Mexico, we went to Vegas one time. We all went to Disneyland. We did a lot of things together. Yeah, so I guess they probably did. I just don't remember them having one like looking like that. Anyways, they're like, "Are you Sam Yarbrough?" I was like, "No, I'm Cecil. I'm Cecil." They're like, "Are you Sam Yarbrough?" Let's see some ID. I was like, "I'm Sam Yarbrough," you know. And they're like, they grabbed the laptop, and I was playing You Don't Know Jack. Do you remember that game?
No.
It's like You Don't Know Jack. It's like a trivia game. Anyway, I was playing You Don't Know Jack. But anyway, so they take the laptop. Did they? Yeah, they did take the laptop. They took the laptop because I gave a laptop to someone on a train one time. I just gave it to him. I don't know why, but that wasn't this time. And
you should have given it to him that time.
Yeah.
Here, hold this.
Yeah.
Ma'am, would you like a teddy bear? Here,
yeah,
hold that teddy
Yeah.
bear.
Yeah.
Watch him take those two away.
Yeah.
That's not us. It's not us.
Yeah.
These people.
So they booked me in jail. They book her too. There's a warrant for us, both of us in Kalispell. So they booked me in this little weird jail in Siskiyou County, or is it? I went from Dunsmuir to Siskiyou, or Siskiyou to Dunsmuir. I can't remember, but it was one of those. They called it Snitch Jew County. All the.
Right.
Know, yeah. It's, you know, and I don't know anything about it this time.
Right.
I'm still a square, but I mean, I should have showed you underneath my shirt before we started, but yeah, it's anyway, all these so I get in this jail and they're like, "Hey, white boy, come over here," and I don't know shit, you know, I don't know the lingo, I don't know. This is California now,
Right?
You know, and you know, you've probably heard the stories or met people, you know, by now that you know they're just a you know different kind of dude, you know, with the head back and with their brush mustache, you know, even the white boys, Mexicans, they all have the bruша. And so I'm just like, you know, hey, you know, you have an envelope, you know, they kind of like take me in, you know, I'm a square, but they're not like, you know, effing with me. They're just like, hey man, yeah, come on in. Are you good? You good? What happened? I was like, man, I did some credit card stuff and, you know, like, oh yeah, you're good, man. Cause they didn't need to see my paperwork. And they had a guard too. You know, the guard, they probably asked the guard and the guard told them, you know, no, he's good. He just got pulled over.
Yeah, you've just been arrested too.
Yeah. So they find out I can draw. And so they're all like, here, man, you know, will you draw a flower on this envelope? So now I'm popular, you know? And it's so weird how drawing and art and tattooing, you can be the most popular guy. Even on the streets, it can be a somewhat popularity. Especially with tattooing, you know, because I'm a tattoo artist, you know that, but I haven't talked about that yet. Yeah, it's just a weird thing. So anyway, I'm drawing envelopes for all these like gang members, you know, like these white boy gang members, and they're like, "Hey man, oh man, those lips look black. You know, you gotta make those lips smaller, man. I need a white girl in that envelope because I haven't drawn a lot of portraits at that time, but I have now. I was gonna give. Someone taught me a long time ago. I never outline lips, you know. But the upper lips should always be darker, no matter what. Someone told me that a long time ago. And anyways, I don't know why said that. Please cut.
All right. So,
Anyway, yeah.
so you're drawing.
So I'm drawing. I get moved from there. They're like, yeah, all right, bye, man. Bye. See you later. And I was like, yeah, see you guys later. You know, it's a total dork. And so they take me to the next jail. And I get there. It wasn't as cool as the first one. But so I get there and, I'm there for a couple days. But no one really liked me there for some reason. But it was the same kind of dudes. It was just weird. But luckily I was only there for a little bit. And no, actually, we all went to the library. And when we went to the library, I forgot about this. The cop said, hey, Yarba, you stay back. And all the other guys went to the library. And they're like, we're going to put you in a cell by yourself. And I'm like, well, why? They're like, those guys don't want you in there. I was like, why? They're like, I don't know. They don't know you. They don't like you. They just don't want you in there. I'm like, oh, okay. I never knew why, man. Why? But why not? Like, now I would say you guys are bitches because you should have smashed me out of the tank.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Instead of waiting to try and get you.
Tell the cop to have me come up.
To separate
now
you.
I would stab those fools, man.
Right.
For real.
What did your knuckles say?
Tarred life.
Tarred life. I was like, that. Does that say tarred life?
Yeah. You know how everyone has hard life?
Yeah.
Yeah, that shit's gay, dude. Yeah. From Vegas put those on me. Yeah. Good dude, one of my best friends.
So they put you in another cell.
Yeah, they put me in another cell. And I'm just like, okay, man, those guys don't like me. I was kind of hurt, I was like, man, I was just trying to be their friend,
Right.
And so anyway, so a van takes us to Seattle, or no, we stay overnight in it's like van to van to van. They didn't have that transport like they do now, where they'll take you all over the country.
Right.
But it was like, sheriff's office to sheriff's office to sheriff's office. And so I do that. We do that all the way back to, it was pretty smooth sailing in all the other jails after that. We do that all the way back to Kalispell. Get to Kalispell, I have some charges. These charges I remember: deceptive practices and bad check common scheme, they call it. These were Montana charges, state charges. And so I get in that jail. I'm in that jail for a long time. So I meet some guys. I meet this guy. We'll just call him AJ. He was a dealer in town. I told him, yeah, I sold a little dope, and we become friends. He's got a big personality. I'm developing a big personality in that world, in this jail. And it's kind of like I'm becoming someone different. This is really what I'm not the systems engineer square guy anymore. From all these things that have happened, all these jails, in Maryland and all these other little jails and all my little scams that I would do to get here or be there. I'm just becoming a different person. Mm-hmm. And so I meet this guy, and we become friends fast and close friends. We got plans, for when we get out. He's doing like a 1.5 county jail sentence. It was weird. Now I question all of it, but because it's some other stuff that happens later. But he's in that jail for a really long time. And so, I'm in that jail. I went through so much shit in that jail, but it's all dumb, boring stuff. Smashing TVs, going to the hole, things like that. Getting in fights. I think I'm tough. And, I realize that I can manipulate dudes to thinking I'm tough by just the words I say.
Right.
And really I'm scared, but it's one of those things. Have you ever heard the thing where two dudes are fighting, one dude's scared and the other dude's glad?
Right.
You ever heard that? Yeah. So, it's that almost all the time, but I do get in a couple fights, but only the ones I know I can win, where I just take off, And, but I was a crappy fighter. One time, this dude seen me lose 2 fights in a row, this native cat up in Kalispell. And he's like, man, come here, man. He's like, I've been boxing a long time, man. He's like, you can't box. I was like, I know.
I know. Pick that up?
Yeah. He says, but I got one tip for you. I'm not going to teach you how to jab or anything. I got a tip for you that's going to work, and you're going to start winning fights. I was like, what? He's like, keep your eyes open, bro. He's like, if you keep your eyes open, you're going to be victorious, right? He just, and get rid of the war cry. Because he said I would just go, ah! He's like, get rid of the war cry. I was like, okay, good advice, good advice. And it served me well, man. Like, it served me well. I wish I could thank that guy for that advice. So anyway, so I'm in this county jail. I get these charges. I end up getting prison time, state time. And I go to the state jail and the state prison. It's called Deer Lodge. It's in Montana. And I got 10 years with 6 suspended.
Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, you got 10 years for a laptop and some bad checks?
Yeah. Yeah. Dude, it was more than that. It was more than that at first, but it was like, don't take that deal. Don't take that deal. Wait it to the last minute. But their last minute was still 10 years with 6 suspended. But in Montana, you only do a quarter of the time that you get sentenced. So
was that a year? Quarter of 4. So it's 4 years,
it's
really.
Year.
It's 4 years. So you did a year. You've already been locked up. How long did you get credit for all that movement?
No, I didn't.
Oh.
I didn't actually. Because I was there for about a year, but a little bit less than a year. Man, a lot happened in that time though. I think it seemed like a long time I was there, but it couldn't have been because yeah.
So they cut you loose immediately.
No, I ended up doing like almost a year in that prison.
Okay.
So, I'm just saying like, why didn't I get that? I'm missing something, but anyways, I ended up doing a year, but I did a long time in that county jail
right.
too. Maybe it's because I lost good time or because you have to have clear conduct. Oh, that's what it was. You have to have clear conduct, and I was tattooing and getting in trouble all the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you left, I decided what the name of the teddy bear was.
What?
Beelzebub.
Yeah.
Was the stripper with Beelzebub waiting for you when you got out?
No, she wasn't. No, but what?
That's not. Are you
that
serious?
That doesn't happen?
I mean, but you were kindred spirits.
I don't believe you do that.
Are you telling me that the stripper with the Beelzebub fetish teddy bear didn't wait for you? Yeah, I know.
And she cheated on me while I was in there.
Oh,
when she would come visit.
Did she come visit?
Oh yeah,
she did come visit.
Yeah, because
that is shocking. That's shocking too.
Yeah, well, because she had nowhere to go, and she was staying with my friend Alan's girlfriend.
So she's kind
the guy
of
who I became
obligated.
friends with, kind of obligated.
Yeah,
but she was like, I met this guy. He totally looks like Fabio, and I can't remember this guy's name.
Which is what you
want to hear. I met him later. He's super cool. Super cool. Yeah, so you want to hear Fabio.
Colby doesn't know who Fabio is.
Really?
I have an idea. It's like probably some darker skinned guy with long hair and a white shirt.
No.
Something like that.
No.
That's my guess.
Long hair. Like a Harlequin romance guy.
Doesn't know who Harlequin. He doesn't know that either.
Oh.
Yeah. It's like he would be riding a horse in blue jeans and no shirt. He's in amazing and blonde flowing hair. And there really was a Fabio. Like there was a real Fabio guy that women loved. And he was on the covers of all those magazines. He was this idyllic guy, like a Nordic looking blonde hair, blue eyed, like a guy that doesn't really exist in real life.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, if you've seen him, everyone would look at him.
Right. So
anyone who looks like him.
In the 80s, 90s, some chick says, "Oh my God, I met this guy today. He looks like Fabio." And be like, "Oh, this is over."
Yeah. He was the bartender at the bowling alley bar.
I feel like Fabio could do better than that. But to be honest with you, if you've ever heard an interview with the real Fabio,
he's an idiot. He's an idiot.
Like, probably bartender at the local bowling alley sounds about right.
Yeah. And so anyway, she would lie to me. She's like, "No, I haven't had sex with him. I promise.
We're just hanging out.
Yeah, we're just hanging out.
Friends.
And she's high, because she would come to the thing. And,
Does she still have the teddy bear?
Yeah, she did. It was in her property, and she would bring that teddy bear to the thing.
Oh my God, they gave me Beelzebub back.
Yeah. I almost had the name. Ugh. So anyways, she would come and she'd be like this. She always did this when she was high.
No, that's
with
not
her
good.
tongue. So I always knew she was high. I was like, "You're high." She's like, "No, I'm not. No, I'm not." I'm like, "You're doing the thing." And so anyway, so she would come visit me. But she ended up writing a bad check to a pizza place or something like that.
Like a $20 bad check or
Yeah,
something.
something like that. I can't remember. So she violated her probation and she came back to jail just for a second and then got back out. But when she got back out, she went back home to Maryland. Or no, North Carolina. I meet a girl from Maryland later who, yeah, anyway. So so I go to prison and get out, and I'm trying to, because I went to pre-release twice, or I had the halfway house twice. I get out and I go to Butte, Montana. Have you ever heard of Butte?
No. I mean, I have heard of it, but I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, it's just a small old mining town. There's like 2 streets that go up into a hill, and there's like a couple buildings. It's really small, and it's kind of bigger now. But so I go to the halfway house there. I'm drinking, and I meet this girl. She's a biker chick, and so when you go to the halfway house, you have to put in like your exit plan, you know. And so I end up staying there. I meet this girl. She's passed away. She just passed away last year.
Sorry.
Yeah. Well, she ended up telling on me. So, you know, I don't want to say F her,
I
but
was going to say, still.
yeah. So anyway, so I go to the halfway house. Not much happens there. I drink a couple times there, but so I move in with this biker chick, and her whole family's bikers. You know, I move in with her, and she's shooting oxys.
I was just thinking bikers, like, I mean, like somebody who's a addict should probably not be living with bikers. Like, I would think bikers have all the time.
Yeah, they did. But you know, I never got high with them. I never liked bikers. You know, I don't know why. And I have biker friends. You know,
Right.
I'm friends with the West Coast president of the Hells Angels. You know, but most of them are booger eaters. That's what I call them, booger eaters. I don't know. Someone told me that term a long time ago.
Okay.
But I have lots of friends who are bikers that are cool. But I never got high there on meth.
Right.
But she would shoot pills. That's when oxys were really
Taken off.
And she would shoot oxys, and she would always ask me if I want them. I was like, no, I'm on probation. I get UA'd. But just one time, man, I said, you know what? I'll try it. And she was so happy. So she like mixes me this little thing, and anyway, I do it. And so we're doing that. I'm dodging the UAs. I'm, you know, bringing fake pee with me and a little lemon squeezer, and, you know, beating the UAs. And it's funny. The guy is like, man, you seem high, but you're clean. So I was like, man, that's just my style, man. It's just my stilo, you know? He's like, something's weird. But anyway, so my girl knew I was beating those. We get in this big argument. She disappears for like 3 days. And she comes home in a taxi. Like, I'm like, where's your car? She's like, it's at my friend's house. I'm like, well, what are you doing? She's like, I'm just grabbing some clothes. I'm like, well, where the fuck you been? She's like, I'm with a friend. Don't worry. I'm not cheating on you, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, who's your friend? She's like, says the guy's name. Like, and he's like someone big in town. He's like,
It's not good.
he's like this big dude in town, like, you know, whatever, that she had been wanting to hook up with for a long time. She tells me that later. And so I was like, well, you, I'm leaving. And she's like, yeah, whatever. But I had nowhere to go. I'm not from Montana. I'm not from Butte. I don't know. I don't have family there. And so, but I'm getting high with her at this time. And so she like leaves, but she works at it's a place called Grandma's all you can eat buffet. But I would always go there to get a pill from her when I would be sick, you know. And I called her. I went and got a pill. No, she called me. She called me, and she's like, hey, I got some. And I was like, okay, I'll be right there. And so I go there, and she gives me one, and I get back to the house. I make it. I do it as I'm pulling out. Boom, 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 boom. I'm like, what the hell? I like look out the thing. It's a cop and my PO or I didn't have a PO yet. It was the people who monitor there's a name for it. Like when you go to the halfway house, you go to the halfway house, then you do like 6 months of this program and then you get a PO.
Right.
So like I still have to go to the halfway house and like check in. When you shoot opiates in like you get a good shot, you kind of I call it helicoptering. Like your vision is like woof, 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 woof. And it's part of like what I love, you know. Anyway, so I'm helicoptering. As I'm putting the cap on, and like if you're like rushing too hard, and any like junkie will tell you this, that when you go to put the cap on, sometimes you'll poke your finger.
Right.
Because you're like, you just leave it. Anyway, so as I'm trying to do that, I hear pam, 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 pam. I go look out the window. It's them. It's like my, halfway house PO. We'll just call her that.
Yeah.
And a cop, I have to answer it, So I answer it and I'm just like, whoa, whoa, whoa. She's like, hey, how you doing? I'm like, good. Her name was Meg. Yeah. And she's like, hey, how you doing? I'm like, I'm good. She's like, I need you to UA in this. I was like, okay. And when you're like helicoptering and hot, you can't pee, you can't. It's almost impossible. And I'm like, all right. So I go to the bathroom. She doesn't even go back there with me. I go to the bathroom and I'm like, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? And I just couldn't think of anything. I was just rushing too hard. I just like gave up, I'm just going to take the dirty UA, hopefully they don't send me back. So I finally pee. It takes me a long time. She's like, are you okay in there? I'm like, yeah, I'm fine. I can't pee. And then finally I get a little bit out. I go, is that enough? She's like, yeah. So anyway, of course that comes back dirty.
It may be the dirtiest pee I've ever gotten in my life.
Yeah, she said that.
Were you just shooting dope?
Yeah. She said it was like, it goes up to like 3,000, whatever, and she said it just said 3,000 plus, 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 plus. She's like, so you can't say it's whatever, And so yeah, that happened. They locked me back up. The county jail had gotten caught on fire or something. So they had us all in Warm Springs, which is like the psych hospital where like if you get convicted, for and you be found like clinically insane,
right?
That's where they kept them. So we were there with all of them, but we were in like locked cells. So yeah, so I was at Warm Springs for the clinically insane and waiting to go to court. I don't even go to court. They just like bring me this like paper because technically I'm a prison inmate.
Yeah.
Out on.
You don't have the same rights as everybody else.
Right. It's just a paper. I signed it. I went back to prison, and you have to do like this classification when you get back there. And when I got back there, everyone's like, hey, because they could see us going to chow and stuff. It's like, I knew you'd be back, fool. I knew you'd be back. And yeah, so I go back, but I boomeranged. They call it a boomerang in Montana. It's where you're at a halfway house, you get a violation, you go there and boomerang back. I boomerang back, but that halfway house won't take me back because one of my jobs there, I was working at this car dealership, and at the halfway house, they would give us these little key cards. And I totally forgot about this. They give us these little key cards, and to get into the gym where we could go work out, right?
Right.
So there was 2 key cards at the front desk. When you go, you say, "Hey, I'm gonna go to the gym. I got a gym pass." When you're in the halfway house, right? So you take a key card, you go to the gym. The gym is basically a what's that? Like the Knights of Columbus, like a VFW type thing. It's in this like Knights of Columbus where they have like a bar. It's down in the basement. So you have to like go through this bar and casino to get to this gym. Anyways, I was selling those cards to as gym memberships to the guys at the dealership. So they end up finding out about that because, those guys are in there working out, and the owner, he owns the bar and the gym, who's like friends. It's a really small town.
Right.
He's friends with all the people that own the halfway house because it's privately owned. I almost had their names to my lips. They're like a big family in that town. And yeah, I got busted. They're like, "Who are you?" He's like, "Oh, I got a membership." "A membership from who?" "Well, from Sam, the guy who works for you."
Right.
He's like, "I don't know who the F Sam
Right.
is, dude." He's like, "Well, he worked at the dealership too. He said he like part-time for you selling memberships." They would just give me like $20. I'm like,
Right.
"Yeah, here, just go work out." And so when I went to boomerang back, they were like, "No, we don't want him. He was selling memberships to the gym, And so they sent me to Billings, Montana, where I live now currently.
Right.
They sent me to Billings, Montana, and so that's where I went. But as soon as I got there, I ran. I took off because my buddy AJ, who was remember I said we had big plans.
Right.
I go with him he now lives in Colorado and selling drugs and painting houses.
Right.
So I go on the run there. I do a fake name. Oh man, I forgot about the time I would make these IDs. Remember Kinko's?
Yeah.
Yeah. I would make IDs all the time at Kinko's. I had like these templates, from like different states, and everything was laminated then. And I had every state. I can't remember where I got that CD-ROM, but I would make these IDs at Kinko's. I basically, they had the self-serve. I go in there, put the disc in, put the picture on the thing, or not on the computer. I had a hard photo, and later I did it on the computer, and we do it all right there. Print it to myself. They didn't have to do nothing. Then you just go up and say, "Yeah, I was on the computer for 10 minutes and I had 3 things laminated." But I wouldn't even tell them about all the lamination and the printouts.
By the time I was doing that stuff, you could buy that. You'd go and get a card, or you could put your credit card in and do it.
Right. Yeah. They didn't have that then. But funny story, one time I was printing it out and I sent it to the wrong printer. I sent it to the plotter.
Right.
And I'm like, "Where's my printout?" And it's behind the counter, and there's this big California ID dropping out of their plotter. Dude, it was like this big. And I was like, "Well, shit, I'm out of here." Dude, I took off. They were probably like, "What the hell is this big ID with a picture of me?" Dude, it was nuts. Anyway, I knew how to make IDs, at that time. And I got really good at it. And like from scratch, sometimes I would just do it. But anyways, so I had a fake ID, and I think I was using Victor. Oh yeah, Victor Vallon, who was my uncle that died. I was using his name, and with permission from my grandmother. And yeah,
Grandma, can I use his name to make fake
my
IDs?
grandma was gangster, man.
Was she?
Yeah, dude. Of
course.
Yeah. One time, and she loved me, and she would hide me out. But one time, I needed a fake ID, and she went down in downtown LA in MacArthur Park. If you'll see guys, they'll be going like this. They go like that. Like you look at them, make eye contact. If you stare like for more than a couple seconds, they'll go like this, and you'd be like, "Yeah." And so you go with them, and they take you in this back room in MacArthur Park, and they take a picture of you, and they'll make you a green card and an I-551 card. They're not actually green, they're pink, but it's your resident alien card. They'll make you one of those. Mm-hmm. And I would take that and go to like the Social Security office and say, "Hey, I need a Social Security number." And, you had to have a second form of ID or a second piece of thing. And twice I manipulated them into issuing me a Social Security card. And the only reason why I didn't have one is because I was from another country.
Right.
And because, they'd be, sometimes I tried to do it one other time with a birth certificate, and they're like, "No, you're too old. You should have one, and you got to have one." And so anyway, so twice I would get that. And like a couple times I get booked into a jail, and they'd be like, "You're not Sam Yarbrough. You're Christian De Laurentiis." I used that name for a while too. You're Christian De Laurentiis. Dude, I was booked in jail for 5 months.
Name? Where are you coming from this name?
Well, Dino De Laurentiis is a movie producer.
Right.
Yeah. So I was his son, you know. So, yeah, it got out of control for a little bit. And those things all kind of happened kind of before this, you know. I just I'm trying to be succinct in the story, but it's, you know, it's hard. There's so much, you know,
Right.
and like with dates and times. That's why if you see me like pause and think, I'm not like pause and thinking to create fiction. I'm like trying to remember the nonfiction, you know? And so it's like, anyway, so I was doing that and
You met the buddy that you had plans with in prison, got out of prison.
Yeah. Yeah. So I went there, different name, Victor Vallon. And, we were doing our thing.
Painting houses, selling drugs.
Painting houses, selling drugs, lots of drugs, lots and lots and lots of drugs. And it kind of messed up when I first got there. We used to always talk, you know, one of these days we're going to be on the streets together and we're going to get to the biggest shot we've ever done, you know. And other people who've done the drug will know
Right.
that you always talk about that. I'm going to do the biggest one that's going to just drop me. And, you know, and he sure did, man. The first day I got there, he's like, come on. We ran upstairs and he mixed these like big shots and we did them, man. And my whole reality changed. Like everything just changed. And it was the weirdest feeling. And, you know, people were, I could see like demons in people, not like hallucinating demons, but I could see the evil in people.
Right.
And, but anyway, so, I got there, did that big shot, started dealing, painting houses. We're having a blast. But some weird things started happening. I was finding hidden cameras, seeing, just him, the guy who I was with, kind of like disappear, wouldn't know where he was. This is one specific story. We were driving from a house in Denver, and we're driving along, and I already think he's working with the police, and he's like protecting me and leaving me out of it or whatever.
Right.
I don't know what's going on. And so we're driving, and we're on the freeway, and he's like, "Oh, what the hell?" And the car just like stops. He's like, "Oh man, I think we're out of gas. This is a brand new car. I think we're out of gas, or it's electrical or something." I'm like, "What? This is a brand new car." I was like, "We're out of gas then." He's like, "Oh yeah, we're out of gas." I'm like, "All right." So dude, this is like a long stretch of highway. All that's there is an off ramp and a park and ride, you know, to carpool to go to Denver. And so we go there. There's no cars in the park and ride. We like coast off the freeway to the end of the off ramp, and we stop. He's like, "Dude, it's dead." He's like going like this. I'm like, "Well, what are we gonna do?" He's like, "Well, I'm gonna have to go get gas somehow." And he's like goes behind me, and there's a gas can behind me. That gas can wasn't there earlier in the day. And there's two cops, a Wyoming cop and a Colorado highway patrol, sitting in the park and ride. He's like, I'm gonna go ask those cops if they'll take me to get me some gas. I'm like, "No, you're not. I'm on the run. There's tons of drugs under the car, under the seat."
Mm-hmm.
I was like, "No, dude, we'll call somebody. He's like, "No, man, no, it's totally cool." He's like, "Just stay here." And he goes to the two cops at the park and ride, and he's there he's like puts the gas can on the thing, and he's like leaning over, like talking, but he's talking to them for like 30 minutes, like a long time. And I'm sweating. I know I have a warrant. I'm a fake name, drugs in the car. I'm like, we're hit, right? We're hit. Like they're gonna like take him there, and the other cop's gonna come here, or something bad's gonna happen because he's high. So we're super high.
Right.
We don't look normal.
Right.
And so I'm sitting there sweating. And for some reason, dude, I was like, I reached over, turned the key, and I seen the gas gauge go like this. I'm like, "What the hell?" And I just turned it, and it started right up.
Right.
So I was like, I pumped my nuts, got in the driver's seat, drove down to where those two were, rolled down the window. I was like, "Come on, jump in, man. We're good." He's just like, I see the cop as I'm pulling up. I see the cop look at him. He's like, and what I thought I saw his lips say, "What are you gonna do now?
Right.
What are you gonna do now?" And I just see Alan go like this. He's like, whatever. He walks over to me. He's like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "Dude, the car's good. Let's go." He's just like, "Hold on, man. They found a warrant in San Diego on me for this knife thing a long time ago." I'm like, "All right, man." And he goes over and talks to him. And I was like, "Dude, wait, like another 10 minutes." I'm like, "Dude, what's going on?" Anyways, he comes back to the car. He's like, "Man, what are you doing, man? You got a warrant." I was like, "I know, dude, but what are you doing? The car's fine. And you're down here for like a half hour, 45 minutes. And now it's like almost been an hour."
Right.
And the cops just were like laughing as we were like driving away. And we drove away, man. And I was like, "Dude, what was that? What was that?" He's like, "That was nothing." And he was like, "They ran the warrant and then they weren't going to extradite. So they let me go." I was like, "All right, man. All right." I said, "You're telling me you're not working with those cops, dude? Tell me now." I'm like, "Tell me now and I'll work with you, whatever." I just needed him to tell me.
Right.
And he never would, man. He never would. And there was a few things like that. So anyway, the next day, one of our friends got busted in Wyoming for a bunch of weed and dope.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And so I never confronted him on that because I would just get lies anyway.
Right.
So, yeah, that was nuts. There's a crazy situation. That guy is like part of my life again. He just got out of a state prison because my wife's mom they were best friends growing up, which is a small, weird, small world coinkydink, right?
Right.
But that'll be like later in the story if I even get to that part. But so, it's too weird. So, not like conspiracy weird. It's just like small world weird. And so anyway, so we're dealing drugs. I get pretty paranoid at this point. I've kind of like stepped back. I'm not trying to do anything. I'll just paint and be high and whatever. But we went on a trip to Montana because that's where he's from. Well, you already knew that. And when we came back, we stopped and seen a friend of mine in Billings, and they wanted some drugs. And we didn't have any to sell them at that point, but we got them high, and then we left. And we said, "Just call us, or we'll call you when we're good." So anyway, shortly thereafter, they want some. He's going to drive to Denver. He's got like $3,000. He's going to drive to Denver. I don't want to do it. But Alan's like, "No, do it. Just do it. Just do it, man. It's $3,000. Just do it. I'll give you half of it. Just do it." I'm like, "No, dude, I told you I don't want to do anything." He's like, "Just do it and you'd be done." I'm like, "All right." So I did it. They go back. They get busted when they pull into their driveway. They get busted. They, of course, instantly, "We got it from Sam Yarbrough. We got it from Sam Yarbrough."
Right.
That's all in my discovery, federal discovery. And they tried to set me up in Casper. So they get busted. They call me like, "Hey, I already got rid of that." This is like 9 hours later, right?
Right.
It's like 8 hours to drive there. So they supposedly got rid of all that. Now they have cash. They don't need a front for like 2 pounds. I can't. It was some crazy number. And I said, "Yeah, okay, yeah, good." So I was going to talk to Alan, like, "Hey, dude, you're going to take 2 pounds of these guys."
Yeah.
And he's like, "No, I'm not going to do that. You just do it." I was like, "Dude, I don't want to do it." Anyway, we were getting it ready. I was going to do it like an idiot. Before I left, his girlfriend calls the dude who's there. I don't want to put his name on blast because he lives where I live and he's doing okay now. And I've forgiven him a long time ago. I broke his jaw in jail, but I've forgiven him a long time ago. Where was I at? Oh yeah. So his girlfriend calls and she's like, "Hey, where are you?" Her and I are really good friends to this day. She's like, "Hey, where are you?" I'm like, "I'm on my way to see John with the shit." And she's like, Don't do it. He got busted. Don't do it. He's setting you up." And I was just like, "Really?" She's like, "Yeah." So I turn around, like on the highway, go back to to where I was at, Fort Collins, and told Alan, like, yeah, dude got busted, just tried to set me up. He's like, no way. I was like, yeah, dude, yeah. See, that's what I'm telling you, dude. I'm done. That dude's now I'm going to be part of his shit.
Right.
He's already told on me. So anyway, so just continue to paint houses. Alan's doing his things. Things are weird at the house. You know, we end up going to this wedding and I'm with his son and we're like, I'm helping him put his tuxedo on and stuff. And I was like, how you feeling, man? And these were his exact words. He's 11, 12. He says, it's just nice just to be somewhere where there's not all the cameras. Those were his words.
Okay.
Because of all the cameras that were in the house, inside the house.
Right.
Recording big deals with big people that were coming. You know, we were getting those drugs from someone.
Right.
You know, I don't want to talk about that because it's all, you know, C related, cartel related. And so, yeah, so that was just craziness that he said that. But I had already known that, you know, and because he knew his dad had to tell him something.
Yeah.
So that freaked me out. Anyway, so I leave there and I go to Montana and end up getting busted in Montana. I go stay with my friend Roman. He's not in the UFC, but he fights MMA in Vegas. He just married a UFC fighter and they just had a baby. That's pretty cool. And yeah, I just seen pictures of the baby last night.
Okay.
That's why I'm sorry.
So how'd you get busted? For what?
For that selling John those drugs. So I went up to Montana.
Okay, right. You just didn't come the second time. They just didn't grab you, but they still had you for the first.
Oh
one.
yeah. I got out of that, but yeah, they still.
Okay, yeah.
Still had me for that.
Because they'll keep selling to you until
they got a case.
Till they got you. Well, right now we got them for 2 years. We keep selling to them. We can get them for 10.
Absolutely, they will absolutely do that. They want to build it to at least over 500 grams because that's where that little mandatory minimum benchmark is, and that's what 20 grams over a pound. So it's like 480 grams in a pound. So, yeah. So I get arrested at this bar, Andy's bar. Yeah, I try to hide they have like this little phone booth, you know, it's like a little tiny one in the bar for privacy. And I'm like hiding in there, pretending I'm on the phone. And the bartender was like, oh, he's in the booth. I was like, hey, what's up? He's like, are you Sam Yarrow? I was like, no, man, I'm Victor Ballin. It's like, no, you're not. You're Sam Yarrow. So yeah, so I get arrested for that. And I did have a state thing too. Or no, I did a violation for running.
Right.
And so I had a state charge and the Fed charge. So I end up going back to the state. You know, I fight the case. You know, it's impossible. While I'm in jail they end up putting dude in my tank. He didn't want to come in. He told the captain, he's like, I can't go in there. He's like, no, you're going in there. He's like, I'll go talk to him. The captain comes to me. He says like, hey, can this dude come in here? I'm like, of course he can. Of course he can. I'm not going to break his jaw. Dude, he came in. I was like, in the cell. And he just doesn't want to go in. He's like, I'm not going in there. I'm like, you're coming in this cell. And he went come in there. So I just, bam, just like pipelined him, broke his jaw. He fell, started crawling. And I'm just like hitting him, you know, as he's crawling to the button. And yeah, that was that. So they, like, of course, put me in the hole, separate us. And he ended up trying to sue the jail, the captain. And then on Pacer, you can find it. It's this guy versus the jail, Captain Larchek and Sam Yarbrough. I'm like in this big lawsuit. Anyway, the judge threw it out. Where was I at? So yeah, so there's so I fight the case. We'll just fast forward. Now I'm on Con Air, getting ready to go to federal prison.
Mm-hmm.
This is where it starts, brother. I mean, it's already started because I'm going to federal prison. You know, 2 years before that, I was a systems engineer, and now I'm going to the feds. So I'm on my way to the feds. We fly from Great Falls, Montana to SeaTac. It's just like a little holdover. Usually 1 or 2 days you'll be there, maybe a week at the longest.
Right.
Is normally how long you'll be there. I was there 18 months as a holdover. So, you can't really settle in as a holdover.
Right.
Because every night you're waiting for them to call your name. But as I'm there, I run into some real dudes, man. Well, my whole thing about convicts and prison, it's all fake to me. It's real because people are getting, and there's real dudes in there doing real shit. But in the grand scheme, like the meaning of life, like what's your meaning? It's fake, to me. I was an actor. I wasn't a factor. All those other dudes, they're acting. Because I've been with those dudes in the cell talking like two men, and they're not that dude outside of the cell.
Right.
Killers. Because I'm a likable guy. I don't know, or because I'm the tattoo artist, who knows? But I've seen every one of them that I was around. I've seen them vulnerable. I've seen the hardcore Serenios in my cell, like goofy, like a little kid. But as soon as they step out of that cell, they're hardcore Serenio guy. Anyways, so I get to SeaTac. I run into some real dudes, for prison real. A lot of Bloods and Crips. I'm learning about this is like my crash course in gangs. Because that's how everything runs in the feds. It's gangs. Well, like in the medium highs and USPs, it's all gangs and race and state. So you can like fall into any of those, and you've talked about this. It's a lot of it is state mostly, but if you're in a gang, then you're not kind of with your state. But then within your gang, there's like state stuff,
right?
Like it's like Reddits and subreddits. Gangs and sub gangs. Anyway, so I get there. I meet a couple. They're Western Hammerskins, and they just kind of like bring me into the fold. I like them just because of who they are as people, and so like I don't join for protection. I didn't need protection. If you're good, you're good.
Right.
So you don't have to. You didn't join a gang. I mean, you're at a low. Did you ever make it to a medium?
I was a medium for 3 years, but yeah. But I mean, I taught GED. I taught my classes. I taught real estate. I came back. I read.
I know.
Nobody wants me in a gang.
I mean, I wasn't there, but I knew where you fit in. There was guys like that everywhere I was.
I'm not a tough guy. I'm not putting in work. Like you can, that ain't happening. Yeah. You don't want me to.
Yeah,
right. That's not going to go well.
I've heard you say that. Yeah, you didn't want me to either, but I had to, figure it out.
I hate to interrupt the podcast, but I need your help. Have you been, or do you know anyone that has been arrested in Polk County? If you have, please contact me. We are desperately looking for guests that have been arrested in Polk County by Grady Judd. The last video we did actually got 1 million views. If you've been arrested, please go in the description box. Either contact me directly, my email's there, or you can fill out the form that we've got. There's a link to the form. My email address is there. You fill out the form or email me. We will contact you, and we're going to try and get you on the program.
So anyway, I'm there as a holdover. Meet these gang guys. Get my swastika. I put in a little work. Stab this guy. Yeah. Well, he was gonna stab me.
Okay.
So basically, we're all playing tickets. You know what a ticket is. We're playing tickets. I'm sweating this USC game. I wish I could remember the details of that, but that's all dumb stuff. But anyway, I'm sweating this USC game. I'm in the black sports TV room.
Right.
And I'm like, hey man, who's got the remote? Man, it's a commercial, the game they're watching. Let's check the USC score. Everyone's just sitting there like this. I'm like, man, who's got the remote? And this little kid he's a Jamaican dude. He's like, man, right here, Casper. That's what they call me. I was Casper in there. I was a totally different person. And they're like, right here, Casper. And he goes to change it. And the Nation of Islam dude, we called him John X. John X is like, no. Don't change that TV. He's like, man, Johnny, it's a commercial. Can we check the USC game? He's like, no, man, that white boy. What'd you say, John? It's me, dude? He's like, yeah, that white boy. I was like, all right, John, let's go. Now, we have a no hands policy.
Right.
So he can't fight me. I can't fight him, but I'm trying to fight.
Right.
It's not me. It's you, dude.
Right.
N bitch. You know, I said it all. I said it all. That's right, John. You're an N bitch, punk ass.
All right.
What's up, John? Fight, pussy, bitch.
All right.
And yeah, he wouldn't fight. He wasn't allowed to, though. It wasn't like he was afraid.
Yeah.
I think he was afraid. But so anyway, so I was like, yeah, that's what I thought, and walk away. Now I know something's gonna happen. I know there's gonna be politics. It's my unit. I've manipulated my way into having that unit, from fighting, who I present myself to be, the ink I have, you know, because everyone else comes and goes. But now this is my unit. You know, I got a little group there. They weren't Hammerskins, they were something else. And you know, that's my car. We do burpees together, we do push-ups together, you know, and I'm skinned, bro. You know, I don't have like this shaggy hair. I just cut my hair. It was like down to there. I just cut it because it's super curly. And so anyway, nothing happens, but you know, I feel it. Have you ever been on a yard? You can feel it.
Mm-hmm.
Something's about to go down. And I've been in a lot of those situations, you know, since then. But I feel it, and I'm just like, oh man, it's crazy. Well, when we go take a shower, we have security. So like, if you and I are friends, I'm going to take a shower. I was like, hey man, can you catch security for me while I take a shower? You just stand out there while I'm taking a shower. Yeah. I used to think it was dumb. You know, I ain't gonna be no pussy. I'm gonna take it by myself. But we had to. It was the rules. And so I told my security to come, but I needed to. I knew I needed to. But these dudes I had to do security, they're not thinking straight, you know? So they lure one off with, hey man, you want to buy this magazine? Knowing that he's always trying to buy. They were black and whites, you know, like the copy machine ones.
Yeah, and then they put the clear tape over them, mm-hmm. right?
Yeah, for the shower or whatever. Yeah, and so I don't know how creepy you want to get.
Right. No, I'm good. I'm already worried about you saying the word skinheads. Like these are all things that have to be beeped out.
Oh yeah, okay, all right, yeah. But I gotta tell the story, right?
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. You don't want me to take my shirt off?
So what happened? So
I'm in the shower, and to get into the shower, there's a curtain, a shower, another wall with a walkway, and another shower, and a curtain between that walkway. So you get it?
Yeah.
It's just like two showers going back, but you have to walk through one shower to get to the other one. So if someone's taking a shower in there, you kind of like, hey man, you know, like turn your head and keep going, unless you're a creep, and you know. And so I'm in the shower. I got my iron on my Head and Shoulders bottle with a hair tie. It's like strapped to my Head and Shoulders bottle, my knife. And so like I'm taking a shower, and I'm worried, dude. I know something's gonna happen sometime, but I don't think they're gonna try to get me in the shower, or maybe that would be the best time to get me. Turns out it was the best time. And so I'm taking a shower, and I feel it, dude. I feel the air, you know, and I sense a presence. I was like, these man. So I grabbed my shit, and dude, the curtain just opened, and I just like blindly just took my knife with my left, like that, and I caught him right here. Bam! And he just like screams like a bitch, and I ran, grabbed his legs, pulled him up, and I just stabbed him 2 more times in the chest, bro. And dude, that's the most exhilarating thing I've ever done, ever. Got him. Take my shit, grab my shit, naked. I don't even get dressed. I come out into the tier, like this is all in the second tier. I was like, someone come get this bloody bitch out of my shower, and I go to my cell.
Did he have a knife?
Yeah, he had a knife.
Okay.
But yeah.
You didn't mention that. You just said there was a guy.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Okay.
No, it was him coming to get me, the Jamaican dude.
Okay.
Yeah.
The main guy.
No, one of his little creeps. And so anyway, so I know it's about to be, everything. So I ditch the piece, go to my cell, get dressed, kind of like pack my thing, hit up the store man, hit up the heroin man, because I know I'm going to the hole. Oh no, we only had pills at that time. There wasn't. Heroin only came out every once in a while. But I got ready to go to the shoe.
Right.
And Yeah. So they come in, they take that dude out. He lives.
Yeah.
He lives. And dude, they don't even investigate it. SIS, I mean, I go to the hole because they know it was me. But there's no like they don't send it to the prosecutor. Wait, they threatened all of that. SIS came and talked to me one time, and I was like, I don't know. They was like, well, we seen you come out.
The other guy must have been saying, I don't know either.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And so, nothing happens. They search the whole unit looking for everything. I learned a long time ago that it's really hard for them. Their case has to be kind of tight.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because a lot of it's mutual combat. And if for some reason, if they don't have the weapon, that it's hard.
Well, and the FBI doesn't want to pick it up unless it's airtight because they don't want it to go into a prison. They don't want it to, the prisons are typically way out of the way. And most of these guys aren't cooperating. And then if somebody goes to trial, we've got to move all these inmates back there. It's better if it's just absolutely ironclad where people are going to take pleas.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
anyway, I kind of made my bones there, like now, like, I know this all sounds corny, but now I have my credibility. Now those things mean something. Those tattoos mean something for real. Like they have like paperwork that come with them, and that's all important. In the grand scheme of things, when you get to where you're going, like super important. If I'm going to be in that role, if I'm going to stay.
How long do you ultimately get? Like you've still never said how much time you got.
Oh yeah. So I got,
I don't think, or did I miss that? No, I was going to say.
No, I got 108 months.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yep. Which, I can't remember. I was a 3 in the top and a 31 or no, 29, 2 points for acceptance of responsibility. No 5K1s or anything like that. No downward departures. Now there is a 5K1, but it didn't pan out. Do you know what I mean? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
There was an attempted 5K1.
Yeah. And it wasn't on my case. It was somebody else had tried to bring me into their trial.
Oh, okay.
And say that was mine. Well, they end up beating the what they said was mine. They beat that in their trial, but they still had heroin. So they beat the meth. They still got found guilty for the heroin. And I went to their sentencing and said, nah, that wasn't mine.
Right.
That was theirs. And but because I broke dude's jaw, my witness, the U.S. attorney said, no, we ain't give him nothing. He ain't got shit coming. It's lame, bro. It's lame. But fortunately, I don't have it on my paperwork. Right. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I tried.
Right. Right.
But I mean, if you're going to say my name at your trial,
yeah.
And give me is that even a superseding indictment after that's a whole new indictment? It would have been.
Yeah.
But that U.S. attorney down there, they wanted them bad, Do I feel bad about it? Yeah, I do. I wish I hadn't have done it, especially because I didn't get nothing out of it.
I was going to say, mostly because you didn't get anything.
Yeah.
I mean, that would have been a good 3-4 years off your sentence, bro.
Easy.
But you probably should. Well, I mean, that's for you to say, but you probably shouldn't have broke that dude's jaw. I mean, that.
I couldn't help myself, bro. Yeah. And someone asked me pretty recently, like, because I was like kind of getting people ready for the, stuff that people hadn't heard.
Yeah.
And, cause you don't tell everybody, everything you've done. And, they're like, oh man, there's no way you felt better after that. I sure the hell did. I felt way better after that. Like I felt amazing after that. And was it worth those 3 or 4 years? I would have told you then. Yeah. Because I'm a tough guy.
Right.
But it wasn't, because those 3 or 4 years, a lot happened.
Right.
A lot happened.
And you probably would have gone to a lower security because you wouldn't have got so much time. And you've got this violence on your.
So speaking of that, let's go back to SeaTac. So that happens at SeaTac. Well, They weren't like shipping Montana guys, but all the other Montana guys were only there for 2 or 3 months. Yeah, it's longer than the norm, but it wasn't 18 months like me.
Right.
And I found out what was going on. It was I kept getting write-ups, shot after shot after shot. And so they kept having to redesignate me. Like I started off, I was going to be at a low. But because they kept having to redesignate me, my points just got higher and higher. And then because I kept getting write-up after write-up, and to where now, I'm going to my first spot was a medium high, which they call it disciplinary yard.
Right.
Yeah. Do they call it a medium high?
I mean, I typically just think of like there's like places like Yazoo where they're like, oh, it's a low. They're like, yeah, but it's a disciplinary low. So
you walk through metal detectors there.
Yeah,
right?
it's not like the low I was at.
Yeah,
it's because
which one were you at?
Was it Coleman?
Oh yeah.
So
right. I knew that.
you go to Coleman, it's a regular kind of a soft ass low. You go to they send you to Yazoo, and it's like people are getting stabbed. They're asking for people paperwork. I mean, it might as well be like a medium and a bad medium, not even like the medium I went to. Because the medium I went to, you don't have to be involved in anything. You go get your job. You can go back to your cell, sitting there, read your book. I mean, as long as you're not already affiliated. Like if you showed up there and you were or something and everybody knew, or you showed up and you were a rival gang, like you're going to and they knew you were, and it's in your paperwork, like you got problems. But to me, they're like, this guy's just a fraudster, and he's teaching GED, and so you're not affiliated with any gang, so they don't care about you being a part of a gang because this isn't a street guy. We don't even want this guy on our thing because he's going to be useless unless we're running a ticket and he's going to do the books. Like he's going to be our accountant. Like this guy's useless as far as our purposes are concerned.
Yeah.
Now, of course, if you were in like a pen or something, like doesn't matter. You're gonna join something, because
even the independents are a gang,
right? Because we can't let you be a victim. If you're a white guy, we can't let you say, "Oh, I'm not going to be a part of that," because now if you become a victim, it makes us look bad.
Weak, yeah,
it makes us look bad because we're white guys, and even though you didn't want to be a part of us. Now we can't let these other gangs victimize this white guy. So it's like it puts them in a bad spot.
Yep.
So like either we're going to beat your ass or you're going to be a part of our little organization here.
Yep.
So just think,
Yeah, I've been a part of that a million times if I've been part of it one time.
Which all seems really stupid out here.
That's what I'm saying.
In there, it's so serious that it makes sense. And there's no arguing. Like we're not having a discussion about this.
No, it's what it is.
Right. This is what it is. You're going to be here tomorrow working out with us in the morning, or we're going to rush in your cell and beat the crap out of you.
Yeah.
And this is your own people. You think, oh, it's my own people. Yeah, because you're going to make them look bad when you're being taken advantage of in 2 weeks or 3 weeks.
Yep. Almost every time I violated one of my guys, it was because they were making us look weak or bad.
All right.
It's one of the most serious situations. So you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. That's why we don't let white punks walk the yard.
Right.
You can't be a white punk at the USP. Maybe some on the East Coast and some that are hiding. Yeah, there's some hideouts. I've seen it.
Right.
I beat them up.
But at least they're pretending and trying to pretend, right?
Yeah.
They're trying to.
Yeah.
It's so stupid.
Yeah.
The whole
thing is so dumb. Stupid. And that's what I mean. It's like in the grand scheme of like, have you ever read Viktor Frankl's The Meaning of Life?
No.
Oh, dude, you got to read it. It's this big. It's a tiny little book. Change your life.
Okay.
I promise.
You text it to me. I'll order it.
Yeah.
I order
Viktor
stuff
Frankl's
all
The Meaning of Life. Yep.
It's so funny because I have guys that are locked up that, they'll send me a letter. I'll get a letter and be like, hey, bro, what's going on with you? How's it going? I was wondering if you could order me a book. Can you look up this book? And then, I got one guy, I bet you I've ordered him 50 books, an entire series of books that he likes. And, it makes me feel good because I only order like 3 or 4 at a time. He's like, if you could order me 1 or 2, and then I'll order like 4 because that way I know it gives him a little bit of time. Order him 4, and then he'll come back, hey, man, could you order me another couple? And then I'll order another 4. And then I'll print out pictures of Jess and I doing stuff together.
That's huge.
Because I know how huge that is to get photos of your friends or people you were locked up with that they're doing where you're like, oh man, that's so great.
It's huge.
Like I know what that means. And to me, buying a couple books, that's nothing. That's a joke.
Yeah.
You know?
You're
But-
absolutely right, man. Like,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
awesome. That's awesome. I help a couple guys too do the same thing because I know.
Yeah, listen, this one guy, I would send him money, a buddy of mine, I send him money and everything else. What a mistake that is now. We're best friends. This guy he got out. He won't leave me alone. He's calling all the time. He's driving me nuts. Like, it's like, bro, we're best friends. And like, oh, I didn't know. I didn't know this was what was going on. I didn't know we were building this lifelong friendship. You're driving me crazy, bro. Like, I got work to do.
Yeah. Yep. That's funny. I know. My wife, it drives my wife nuts. We'll be at Walmart or something, and these guys just come out of nowhere. Casper, my homie, what's up? I had one guy say it was someone I knew from years and years from like with my wife and living before, and he heard my voice at the restore, and he comes like, "Are you Sam?" I was like, "Yeah." He said, "Do you remember me?" And I barely remembered him.
Yeah.
I was like,
see so
"Yeah,
many
dude,
people.
yeah." He gave me a hug. He's like, "Dude, I knew it because your voice is so remembered." He said, "He goes, it's like an angel." Dude, my wife looked at me like, an angel. And we were talking about that the other day too. She was just like, "Okay, see you later, voice of an angel." I was like, "What the?" It sounds like a girl. I've done telemarketing before, and it was like, "Okay, thank you, ma'am." Every time when they hang up with me, I'm like, "I'm not a ma'am."
I don't think you have a female voice, but I was going to say, I had this guy, that invited me to this thing in the Keys I just went to.
Mm-hmm.
And there was there's 50, 60 people there. And he was introducing me around, and he watches my podcast. But the way he would introduce me is, "Hey, this is Matt Cox. Matt, listen, this guy's got an amazing podcast. Listen, I fall asleep to him every single night." And I was like, after about the third person he said that, I said, "Could you not introduce me as you keep saying?"
Yeah.
Like, it's not, I don't think it's coming off the way you think it's coming off.
Yeah.
Just tell him I have a podcast that you listen to at night. He's like, "Oh, I didn't mean it like that." I'm like, "Yeah, I know, but it's coming off really, really creepy."
Yeah.
And of course, because as soon as he says that, people look at me like this. I'm like,
If you want your melatonin increase, just listen to Matt Cox.
It's not what you think.
Yeah.
I'm not whispering in his ear at night,
Yeah.
So
that's right. I tried to put on Theo Vaughn last night to go to sleep. I couldn't sleep. I got to sleep like at 3:30. And I just probably excited, nervous, whatever,
Right.
And dude, I just couldn't do it. So I just shut everything off, turn on a fan, just kind of, and just as soon as I fell asleep, alarm. I was like, oh my gosh.
Theo Vaughn is hilarious. Listen,
He's
there was
so funny, dude.
There was a waiter that looked like Theo Vaughn. He even had this was at that place in the Keys. He even had, it was a young kid, he was probably 17. But he looked like Theo Vaughn. I guarantee Theo Vaughn looked just like this kid when he was 17.
Yeah.
And he even had the haircut. He had the kind of partial mullet kind of thing going on. And and we were talking about it. And then we walked by him like the next day, and I saw him. And I said, "Hey, bro," I said, "You look just like Theo Vaughn." He goes, "I get it all the time.
Yeah.
I get it all the time."
Yeah, they know. Yeah, they know.
So it wasn't just us.
Yeah. I'm kind of like known for like matching people with movie stars just because
Right.
it's just one of my like carnival tricks or whatever, guess your weight, anyways, where was I at, Colby?
You were in jail.
Yeah. You were in jail, and
I was always in jail.
You were in jail. You'd stabbed the guy. They never charged him.
Yep, never charged him.
Never charged you for it. Nothing
Yep.
like that. But you now basically had credibility, and then
There we go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then
So my points get high, and so that's kind of the reason. In the gang guy now, the SIS gang guy, is like coming to talk to me all the time.
now you're on his radar.
Now I'm on his radar. Yep. There's some other crazy things that happened at SeaTac. We had a little riot with the Paisas. Crazy because there was pool tables in the units where where we watch TV and stuff, and because it's just like a building, next to the airport.
Yeah.
And kind of like Oklahoma.
Yeah.
OTC.
I was at Oklahoma for a couple of weeks.
Yeah. And anyway, was right there. Right next to me, this dude I was watching TV with was sitting back, got hit with a pole cue right side of the face. And then, but there was a lot of lames there too. But technically I was a lame, but I was just better at, playing the part,
Right.
And yeah. So anyway, so I was on the gang guys' radar. So now where I'm heading, I got this big file, you know, and it was literally, my file was like that. And, you know, everyone else's coming was like that.
Mm-hmm.
And like, to where like I was in R&D and the dude's like, Yarborough, I can't find your file. Can't find your file. And it was like that. And he had set something on it, like another file folder. I was like, is that it? He's like, holy shit. He's like, yeah, you're going to have to come in, stay for a captain's review. So I went to the SHU. Right. Everyone else went to the units. They sent me to the SHU and they put me on a captain's review. And what a captain's review, have you ever heard of captain's review?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they just kind of just investigate, come talk to me. Like, are you going to be good? Yeah.
Is he going to cause problems on the yard? Is he going to have any issues with anybody on the yard? Is this going to set something off?
Yeah. Cause you know, I had, even at that time, I had like maybe 10 or 11 separatees already, you know, chomos, people I've just smashed, or just people who've smashed me, you know.
Well, I'm pretty sure that guy you broke his jaw had a separtees on you from then on out.
Yeah. And I always knew, like, when I would be designated, if I was heading somewhere and I didn't get it, you know, because, you know, I kind of requested, and, you know, the case manager or counselor would be like, yeah, we'll try to get you there, bro. You're good. And I wouldn't happen. I'd be like, oh, John's probably over there somewhere, you know, telling someone. And so anyway, finally my day has come. I'm in the SHU and they're like, Yarborough, roll it up. I was like, dude, what? My buddy jumps down. His name was Sparky, little skinhead out of Vancouver, Washington. And he's like, man, you're going. He's just so happy for me, man.
This is just to go into the prison.
Yeah, dude.
He's happy just to go to prison.
Yeah. But this place was all enclosed. You know, we never went outside. Mm-hmm. And I was there for 18 months. But man, I had a lot of fun there. Caught Hep C there, though. So that sucked. I'm cured now. There's the cure. Yeah. But the feds paid for it. They're like really good about that. They want you to live to do your time, I guess.
Exactly. They'll keep you alive for, you know.
Yeah. But to be honest, I was devastated when I first found out. I thought it was like getting AIDS, you know?
Yeah.
And I was like, oh man, I'm never going to have sex again. I'm going to die. My liver's going to just shrink up and fall away. But anyway, so I get to Oklahoma. You know, everyone's trying to find out where they're going, you know. Hey man, can you tell where I'm going? Nope. Every once in a while you get an air marshal that might, you know for some reason and like tell you like, this is where we're headed, you know, and that's probably where you're going. But, you know, they stop at multiple stops. But anyway, so I go to Oklahoma. I'm only there like 2 days. You know, I'm expecting to be there for months because that was my last experience.
Yeah.
But I'm only there for 2 days. And we get on the plane, you know, everyone's like going, well, I think we're flying east. Where's the sun? You know, everyone on the plane's trying to figure out which direction we're headed. And I was like trying to figure it out, and I couldn't guess, dude. I'm still new. I don't know all the prisons. I don't know there's a prison in Marion or Terre Haute or, you know, Allenwood or Hazleton. I don't know where all those prisons are. I've never even heard of those prisons. But I was like, man, it looks like we're going towards Canada. I feel like we're going towards Canada. And sure enough, that's where we were headed. We stopped at Terre Haute, and that was my first spot at the Medium. I thought I was going to the Pen.
Where's Terre Haute?
Indiana.
Okay.
Yeah. That's where they McVeigh.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm at Terre Haute, and that's where I'm doing the captain's review.
Yeah.
Okay. How did I get backwards?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So
what the hell?
The captain reviews your thing. He lets you go.
Reviews my thing. He's cool as a fan. I'm cool as a fan. Like, I'm just happy to be somewhere. So he lets me out. They give me my bedroll, and they like, go to M Unit. This is an old prison, 1938. It was built. You know, what's his name was there? Al Capone was there. You know, Al Capone's wife was in the women's prison. So I get there. I got my bedroll. I'm like, yeah, man. You know, I'm so happy, man. I get to this unit. It's M Unit. Doors open, and I look, and all I see is black dudes. I mean, as far as you can see, it's a really long, old, metal, old, crazy, dark, you know, type prison. And like super dark, like especially in this unit right now,
Right.
right? I'm like, I think you got the wrong unit. He's like, no, man, you're up there. Yeah, 136 or whatever. I think it was the cell. 136 up there. I'm like, nah, you got me in the wrong unit, bro. I can't be in there. First of all, I can't live with a black dude. He's like, oh, here you're going to live with a black dude. I was like, no, I'm not. I can't live with a black dude. Go get my file. Go get the captain. He's like, no, you're going up there. I'm like, no. He's like, your celly's not black, dude. I'm like, who's my celly? Because I don't want to be some creep. I'm going through the whole thing.
Yeah.
I'm trying to, be tough, be cool. These are the rules I have to live by.
Right.
Because if I go somewhere else and you live with a GD? No way, man. And they'll stab me for it.
Yeah.
Something as little as that. Anyway, I look, the cop goes, hey, Doss. Doss comes looking over. He's like that. It's this little old man. I was like, all right, man, I'll live with that dude. So I go up there. Doss is this cool old bank robber. He's robbed like 135 banks. Can't stop robbing. Gets to the halfway house. Robs a casino just so he can buy a pack of cigarettes. You know what I mean? Right. He just can't stop robbing. Doss, good ass dude, man. Super old, good ass dude. Big old glasses, the Chominators or whatever, 2000s. Yeah. And Doss is like, I'm so relieved, bro. I'm like, what? He's like, I got a white boy. I was like, yeah, I'm a white boy. And he's just like, man, I'm so glad. He's like, you're cool on top bunk? You want me to get up top? I was like, no, man, I'm cool on top. I love top bunk. I do love top bunk, but right. Bottom bunk. And so we hit it off. So I start asking questions. What's it like? Is there anything on the table? Meaning like, are the white boys in any shit right now? Is things about to pop off? And he's like, no. He's like, what? No, man, this place is cool. He's like, if you just came from that, that kind of, you're going to love it here.
Right.
And I'm like, I don't know, man. He's like, I said, well, I'm going to go take a shower, man, and fly my flag. And what that means is like, show everyone who I am with my tattoos, right? So I get dressed, put my towel on. But I go, you going to catch security for me? He's like, dude, you don't have to do that here. I was like, man, you going to catch security for me? He's like, oh yeah, bro. So I go to the shower and I just walk. And I'm big at this time. I'm like 255 with like hardly any body fat. And I just go down to the shower. He's standing there. Everyone's just like, this guy.
Right.
And there was this dude, right?
This guy's going to be a problem.
Yeah, this guy's going to be a problem.
We're all trying to do some nice, quiet time.
Yeah. But as soon as I find that out, that's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be a problem, but I look like I'm a problem. Right. So I'm walking down and there's this black dude who's got long dreads across the way. I'm thinking he's a Jamaican. I probably just stabbed his boy, Turns out that wasn't the case. But anyway, so I go take a shower. When I come out, the dude's still standing there looking at me. And he's like, hey, man, when you get dressed, man, come holler at me, bro. He's like super cool. I'm like, all right. So I go down there and get dressed. And I'm like, to myself, I'm like, hey, who's that fool? He's like, oh, that's OGA. He's a GD board member. Like knows Larry Hoover, the leader of the GDs. You ever heard that name?
Yeah, Gangster Disciples? Or just the name?
Yeah, Gangster Disciples, yeah.
No, I thought you meant the name of the guy you just said.
Larry Hoover?
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
He's the one who started the GDs. Like, he's their founder.
Okay.
Like on his birthday, they all have a plate of food, no matter where they're at in the world. It's a thing. And he goes, yeah, that's a board member for the GDs. And I was like, oh, great. So I get dressed. I know he's not going to fight me because there's always no hands.
Right.
Yeah.
So going down there is not going to be a problem, but it's maybe a hard talk or something.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So I go down there. He's like, man, have a seat, man. I was like, man, I'm good, bro, man. I just got here. I just trying to get the lay of the land. He's like, man, have a seat, man. I was like, all right, man. But I could tell by his tone, he's cool.
Right.
Him and I end up being super close. Like, it's one of my favorite people in the world, actually. And so I sit down and I'm like, what's up, man? What's up? He's like, who you run with? And I, I told him my shit. And he's like, all right. He's like, you cool, man? I was like, I'm cool, man. He's like, no, man, are you cool? I was like, yeah, man, I'm cool. He's like, all right, man. He said, that was it. But I knew what he was saying.
Right.
He's like, are you cool, man? Or do you really hate me?
Right.
Do you really hate me because of my skin color?
Right.
That's what he was asking me. And I was like, yeah, man, I'm cool. You know, what I want to say is this is all fake, dude.
Right.
You know,
Right.
but you know, I can't do that. I still got to meet all the white boys in the yard, you know?
Right.
But him and I talk later, you know, he realizes, man, Casper's just cool as hell, man. That's my dude. He would always tell me, but when I'd owe a ton of money for heroin, I'd need, $100, $500 worth of books, and I'd be like, man, let me get a couple racks of books. He'd be like, all right, throw me $1,000 worth of books. That's how cool we end up being.
Right.
And I'd pay my debt and then I'd pay him back because he would give me more time. So I go to the yard, first rec yard, go to the yard, meet the white boys. Of course, a couple are leery, man, who's this fool? But they're just hiding out. I already know that, I can already feel that. They're just, they don't want to be like, yeah, like that, because they don't want to get close to me because they think I'm going to like lift rocks and, check their paperwork, run them on pace or whatever. But I didn't do that.
Right.
But I put off that vibe. You know what I mean? They think a guy like me who looks like me and who's like presenting themselves as this guy
Right.
is going to do that. Do you know does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying.
Sometimes you look at me and I'm just like,
No, I understand. But at this point,
not that you're
I
not
understand
smart.
you're presenting you present one way, but the truth is you just want to do your time and go home.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
But then the guys
don't find me out,
right? But the guys that go around saying that, then they're inviting trouble.
Yeah.
But if you're like, man, I just don't want any problems. Okay, well now you're going to have problems because you seem like somebody I can push around.
Yeah.
So you're presenting a certain image that.
Yeah.
So what happens?
So. I turned it around because
that was your wedding ring.
Oh, was
that
it?
wasn't that? Well, I thought it was.
No, it was this.
Oh, okay.
It was this. But I was hitting it like that first, and then I was. How about that watch? So I go meet the guys. Everything's cool, man. There's this dude named Danny. He was a bank robber. Did 25 years. I think took a teller hostage or something.
Oh, that's a mistake.
Yeah, totally stupid. Yeah, him and his brother.
It's better with a note.
Better with a note.
Yeah.
You get
Don't threaten
4
anybody.
years
Yeah.
or whatever you get. Yeah. Yeah. And I see that Danny's like the rooster of the yard. You know what I mean? There's no white boys have this yard. It's not like that. There's some gang members here and there, an Aryan circle over here, a couple dirty white boys over there. They're like, it's spread out, but they're all kind of like keeping to themselves. They might get together at Christmas and play football, but everyone's like kind of keeping it because we had a whites against blacks football game every Christmas, like in the snow, in the mud. It was pretty dope. Just a bunch of just tackling the shit out because we could get away with it.
Right.
But dudes we like and know. Like. GDs and vice lords, against the skins and the dirty white boys or whatever, it was our Christmas. We did every Christmas.
Right.
I loved it. And, but anyway, so I see this dude, Danny, and I can tell, man, he's cool. He's like you can tell everyone like kind of respects him. So I want to meet him, So I go, but I can tell this isn't one of those yards where they all surround you like,
right.
Hey, where are you from? When you going to get your paper? When are you going to do this? It was kind of like every man for themselves. So anyway, I want to meet this dude because he seems cool. So I meet him and we hit it off right off the bat. Like right off the bat. To this day. He just got out like 7 months ago. And no, maybe it was like a year now. But anyway, yeah, I'm sorry, I was just thinking about him for a second. So I meet him and we just become best friends.
Right.
And I'm doing tattoos. I'm doing this and that. I do just by proxy kind of like take that yard, which is crazy. And it was just because I was always speaking for the white boys. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Because I could talk to these dudes, and I didn't escalate things ever. You know what I mean? I was a de-escalator, if anything. So one time there was a huge problem where a white boy took some boiling, we called it napalm, boiling water, baby oil, all the things, boil it, throw it in someone's face.
Right.
Right. And we call it napalm because the oil will stay. Anyway,
Yeah, it'll do some serious damage.
Serious damage. Peeled this GD's face like almost off. Like, you know, like it. I seen layer. It was just white.
Right.
Just burnt white. And it was a big thing. We got locked down. We were locked down for a long time. Well, when they were politicking to come out, there was a knock on the door, you know, on the cell door. We had like these weird cell doors that had just like these little windows like that. And this knock on the door. Well, I'm making hooch, you know, I'm straining my wine.
Right.
And cop opens the door and I just like, hey, what's up, man? He's like, hey, the warden wants you. I'm like, what? You know, I don't know if people out there understand, like these wardens, like they're important. I guess you can say, like, yeah, you can see the warden on Wednesday, you know, standing at the chow hall, you know, with everyone, if you want to ask the warden questions, but you're just not going to.
Mainline. Yeah,
mainline. And would they do it like once a week or something?
Yeah, they're supposed to.
Yeah, they're supposed to. Yeah, there you go. They're supposed to. You're funny. They don't. They do, but they don't. So anyway, the warden wants to see me. I'm like, okay, what the hell? So they bring me down there, and as I'm going down there, my case manager is going to walk me the rest of the way because he wants to talk to me. He's like, well, you got what you were looking for. I was like, what? He's like, well, you're now the shot caller for the yard.
Who did the warden just appoint me?
Yeah.
Because you guys didn't have a conversation.
Yeah, let me back up. Me and my case manager were here.
Right.
He knows who I am. You know what I mean? Like I've had one-to-ones with him where I've told him like, no, man, I'm just a systems engineer.
Right.
He lost his wife and discovered dope.
Right.
You know? And he knows all that. So he's like, well, you got what you were looking for. I was like, I ain't looking for that shit. Why? He's like, because all those other gang leaders, the GDs, the Vice Lords, the Latin Kings, the what's the other folks one? Because a lot of gangs run under the Pitchfork. And anyway, all the other Pitchfork gangs that are under Larry Hoover and the GDs, they're all asking for you. I'm like, okay, what do they want from me? They go, well, it's the white boy that threw the shit on that dude. I was like, well, he wasn't in my car.
Right.
You know my car. He's like, no, this yard is your car. I was like, great. So I go down there. I'm like, what's up, guys? They're like, old boy can't come out. I'm like, cool. Absolutely, he can't come out. What? So you guys can kill him?
Right.
Yeah, he can't come out. Absolutely. What are we here for? He's like, was there going to be any problems with his people? Well, actually, there was going to be problems. He runs with the Tennessee car, and they're like the only like state car that just hates all the gang stuff and hates this. And for real, that black dude had that coming.
Right.
He had it coming. So because he was punking him, kept ass playing him, you know what I mean?
Yeah. He was
trying to F him.
Yeah.
And that's what he was doing. And somebody lit a fire on him, you know, it had a gas can.
You got to do something. You got to do something.
Yeah. Anyway, okay. So that's what happened. And so now I'm thinking, these dudes do have a problem with it, but yeah, he can't come out, but neither can old boy, you know?
Right.
But they're like, no, he can come out. I was like, well, there's going to be a problem with that. His car isn't going to, they'll try to kill the dude because the dude was trying to F him.
Right.
And they're like, wow, you know, and it was OG Ed too, was down there. And he's like, man, how many times have I looked out for you? I was like, Ed, you can't do that to me right now. This ain't me. This is them. He's like, yeah, but you're over them. I'm like, Ed, no, I'm not. Yeah, I can go talk to him and say like, man, you're going to have to do this. I'm only over my little group, you know? And he's like, well, there's going to be problems. So they lock us back down for a long time. Like, I don't know, like 3 more weeks.
Will the warden let you go talk to these guys in there? Go door to door?
I end up having to do that.
Okay.
Yep. And so there was this dude named Curly. He was with the old boy that shot Martin Luther King. Anyway, that's not important. But now it's bugging me. I can't remember his name. It was just his birthday. or he just died or something. James Earl Ray.
James Earl Ray.
Yeah. Well, this dude and James Earl Ray were like best friends.
Oh my God. Have you ever heard this story? Oh my God, bro. Can I tell you a story real quick?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So I'm tired of talking.
Listen, I got.
Not really. Yeah.
What I was going to say.
Do you have to be somewhere?
No, but I have something at 1. So, but we got like an hour. So, but real quick. So
I got like 2 hours left.
So, no,
kind of.
more, so, you know, the white guys during Martin Luther King Day, right, are going around saying happy
James Earl
Ray Day, right, to each other, right? Now, there was a white guy named oh God, what was his name? Hold on, DeGeronimo. They called him DeGeronimo, right? And he was one of the Pretendians. You know how the Pretendians guys?
Yeah.
He's not really Indian. DeGeronimo is actually Italian.
Yeah.
But they heard Geronimo, so they think DeGeronimo. They think he's Indian. But anyway, it was all bullshit. But he was a tattoo artist, right? And so he comes up to me and he said he made some crack about hey, happy Martin Luther King Day, and I said no, and I go, oh, I said, you mean I said, because he's one of the white guys and they're all connected. They kind of use the Pretendian, the Indian being all Indians it's like a little white club, right?
Yeah.
Or they use the whole what do they call it? The other thing
The religious,
the Thor thing. What is it? The Odinist.
Yeah.
This Odinism. It's kind of like they've got it as a religion, but it's really kind of like a little white gang. They kind of use it that way.
Yeah.
So he said something to me, and I said, oh, you mean a James Earl Ray Day? And he goes like this. He goes, what do you mean? I said, yeah. I said, it's James Earl Ray Day, like that. And he goes, and he goes, what do you mean? I said, oh, I said, you didn't know that? I said, yeah. I said, Martin Luther King, his real name wasn't Martin Luther King. His real name was James Earl Ray. He changed it to Martin Luther King after the real Martin Luther, who started the Lutheran Church. I said, he was Lutheran. I said, so he took the name Martin. His first name was Martin. I said, Martin Luther King. I said, but his real name was James Earl Ray. I said, so if like you really know what's going on, I said, you say like James Earl Ray Day. Yeah. And he said, James Earl Ray. He said, okay. He said, I didn't know that. I said, oh yeah. I said, yeah, like, I said, like,
dude, you just said this too, though.
Bro. Oh my God. I said, like, I said, like, Marilyn Monroe's name wasn't Marilyn Monroe. And he's like, yeah, no, it was, oh shoot, what's her name? Her real name was, anyway, he said he knew her real name. I was like, you're right. So he goes,
Anna Nicole Smith?
No. Anna Nicole Smith changed her name.
Norma Jean.
Norma Jean was
Norma Jean Mortensen.
Yeah, was her real
was
Norma Jean was her real name, right? Mortensen, whatever. So anyway, so I tell him, James Earl Ray. He leaves. I don't think anything of it. He comes up to me later, furious, because keep in mind, most of the correctional officers,
Ossifers?
Ossifers? Did I say what I said? Is that what I said? Officers. The most of the COs are black. So he goes to rec because he's going to paint, and he sees the main guard is named. His actual name was Fed. They have the little thing, their last name, Fed. And it's funny because his son went to work there, and his son's name was, he also had Fed. Like, he's like, there's another guy. He's like, yeah, that's my dad. Anyway, so there's a black woman that works there, CO, and Fed, which is also a CO. And he sees them, and he walks up to them, and he says, hey, happy James Earl Ray Day. And they went, and they look at each other, they go, what? He goes, yeah, James Earl Ray. And he goes, happy James Earl Ray Day. And they went, he goes, you know who James Earl Ray is, right? And they go, yeah, we do.
Yeah, we sure do.
And he goes, yeah. And he said, yeah. He goes, yeah, Martin Luther King. And they go, what? And he said, yeah, Martin Luther King's real name was James Earl. So he has this discussion with him. They're like, no. And they tell him, that was the guy that shot Martin Luther King. And he's, Cox.
Yeah.
So they hear my name because they know who I am too.
Yeah.
And they go, is that what he told you? And so they start laughing. They're like, damn. They said, listen, if you hadn't said Cox, they said, you were about to have some problems.
Yeah.
he's like, I'm sorry. Damn it.
Yeah.
So then, of course, he sees me hours later and I'm walking or whatever. He's like, Cox.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what? I'm like, oh, shit. I said, what happened? Like, 'cause I knew something was going to happen.
Yeah.
He said, you know what that just did? You're lucky they didn't throw me in the shoe.
Yeah. This is at a low?
Yeah. No, this was at the medium.
Oh, okay.
I don't think this guy ever even made it to the, what
medium
to
were
a
you
low.
at?
Coleman. You know,
Oh, yeah, the Coleman
has
medium.
two
I think at the
pins.
low there. Yeah, oh, yeah.
Yeah,
no,
it was.
I know.
There were two pins,
I know,
a
I've been
medium
to
and a
one.
low.
Yeah,
Like,
the
you know,
back one.
To go from the medium
Yeah.
to the low, they put you in a little van and they drive you like across the parking lot. It's like, couldn't we? Like, it took more time to load up in the van than it would have to walk across the parking lot. That's how we do it. They shackled me. They had shotguns. It's like, I'm going to the low.
Yeah.
Fellas.
Yeah. Yeah.
Please. So anyway, I'm sorry. So you were saying, so what happened? You eventually, you know that 3 more weeks they lock you guys up.
Yeah, 3 more weeks they lock us up. I go talk to the guy. So the dude who was friends with James Earl Ray in Tennessee, he was like, no. My guy's coming out. That dude's guy. I'm like, dude, it's impossible for him to come out. Where are you gonna like protect him every day?
Mm-hmm.
And he realizes eventually though, but he's stubborn. He wants to stand on it. He's hella racist.
So we're all gonna spend the rest of his time locked up.
Yeah. And he's like, well, I don't even know why they're talking to you. I got this. I was like, I don't know why they're talking to me either, bro.
Right.
You guys want me for all this other stuff, but then now you don't want me. It's fine. I don't want to be wanted.
Yeah.
But because I got you think I have some kind of Jedi mind control because they used to say that, no, man, don't talk to Kathy. He'll Jedi mind control you, and doing something you don't want to do, or to like, you want to go kill someone, but he'll talk to you and next thing you know, you don't. I go, but I don't, man. I just try to talk sense. Cooler heads prevail.
Right.
Always. I wish I could remember that in my day-to-day life now, but I don't, dude. I don't. I was just road raged on the way here, and I was excited to come here, and now I was just angry. But yeah. So anyway, it ends up neither one of them can come out.
Okay.
We'll just fast forward. I mean, there really nothing else happened. It was just talk. The captain said neither one of them are coming out.
So when they say neither one of them coming out, they're not saying themselves. They're going to ship them both, right?
Yeah.
Because they're trying to keep. I'm shocked they're trying to keep the one guy on the yard at all.
Right.
You would think they would have immediately. Because at Coleman, if there were 2 guys that got into a fight, like, I'm shipping. Well, you're going to sit in the shoe for used to be 6 or 9 months. Mm-hmm. They did something happen at some point, and it was like, okay, 3 months. Like, he'll be here.
I've always said 6 or 9.
Right, but that was when I got out 5 years ago, and like I said, it was always like 6-9 months that you're going to sit in the shoe, and then we're going to ship you. Mm-hmm. But then something happened where they stopped giving as long of shoe time. Mm-hmm. And this was only a few years before I got out. Yeah, they started saying, okay, well, we can't keep these guys. I don't know who it was, Amnesty International. I don't know who came in and said, look, what are you doing? You got people that are doing 3 years in the shoe. Mm-hmm. Like, what are you doing? You can't do that. These guys are psychotic by the time they get out. So then it started being like, before they give you 90 days, then they started giving you like 2 weeks, or it dropped like, a month, where it would have been 90 days to 6 months. It was like a month. So it used to be, if you got two guys got into a fight, you're both going to the shoe, and you're both, and maybe one guy might come back if the other guy is basically says, listen, I attacked him. Let him stay here. Yeah. It's so funny too, Colby. Sorry. It's so funny too, because you will have guys that will be like mortal enemies, and then they'll have a fight, and then they'll get there and they'll get in front of like SIS, and suddenly they're like, man, he's not even a bad guy. I don't know why I did that. I'm like, as soon as it's over, they're like, his fucking don't. It's my fault. Don't even ship him. Yeah. Like his parents live here. They come see him like every couple weeks. Yeah. I know he's got a kid here. I don't know what I was thinking, but these guys get bipolar and they can't get it out of their head. And then they have the fight, and then it's like it's released, and they get suddenly they become reasonable again. And they start realizing, like, what did I do? Yeah,
that's exactly it.
Right.
Too, right?
And I liked that
That's pretty
guy.
astute, actually, because that's what it is. It's like a bipolar. I'm not saying everyone's bipolar, but it is. It's the They get it
you
out.
just have to pluck them out of the environment, let them cool
Yep.
down for 10 days. That's why I think SIS takes 10 days to come see you. You're always like, what the fuck are they? It's been a week.
Maybe
It's been
that's a
2
reason.
weeks. Yeah, you like to. I like to think, well, they're just very busy. No, I think they're waiting for you to calm down and be sick of being in that cell. And so by the time they get to you, they're like, okay, what happened? Because for the first 48 hours, you're going to lie to them. You know, but after a week or two, you're just like, look,
true,
bro,
man.
the guy pissed me off. I got into a fight. I attacked him, or the reverse. I said something to him. The guy attacked me. I shouldn't have said it. It was stupid. I don't know what I was thinking.
You picked up a lot while you were in there.
For somebody who stayed out of trouble,
it's pretty astute. Yeah, because I mean, that whole dynamic, all of that is exactly what it is.
It's not that I was involved in much, but I would watch it. You would see the guy.
Same, yeah.
Like I've seen the warden take a guy from one cell down over here to another cell, go, and then they go to, or they'll pull the guy out and bring him into a room where the warden is, because he didn't. You could see him come in the place and go in the room, and now they're pulling 4 guys out of different cells to go talk to him. And he walked in there with another guy that is the shot caller, and you're like, damn, they're pulling people, like they're trying to make sure it's okay that these guys all leave. And I wasn't even in that kind of prison. That was the medium, because most I think we ever got locked down one time. And you know what? Even that time, nothing happened at the medium. Yeah. Something happened at the pen.
Yeah.
Something would happen at the pen.
At the Deuce? At the Deuce or the one? Because I think you guys were closer to the Deuce.
It was the bad one, whichever the one.
The Deuce.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, we literally were on the yard, and you could hear
the explosions.
You could. Well, they yell at them all. First, it's the woo. Then you hear them yell, and then it's in English, get on the ground, get on the ground, get on the ground. Yeah. And then, when they don't get on the ground, when you start hearing the bow, bow, it's like, it's not even shotguns. Like they're throwing those are grenades bombs, or something.
Dude. And when you're next to one, when you're like even in a building, because all the time I'd be tattooing and it'd be like, boom.
Yeah. I was going to say, I can't imagine, because you would be in the rec yard and hear it. This is way across the combat, and the pow, and you walking in the yard in the wreck in a completely different prison would be like, holy Jesus.
It's a rumble.
What was it like next to it?
And they'll drop 2 or 3.
Yeah. Well, this was one time that a bunch of people got stabbed. An inmate got shot. They had helicopters come in, pick people up and take them, or inmates and a correctional officer, and they locked us down for like 3 weeks. Like we're locked. We're not even in the prison. You have nothing to do with it, but they want to make sure that nothing pops off at the medium.
Yep.
And so they're walking around asking, the warden and the shot callers are walking around asking questions like, look, is there going to be an issue? And I don't even know whatever happened. What I do know is there was an article that came out, and in the article, this is super, super funny, because the article came out, and in the article, it said that there was a riot at the Coleman complex, and that like 6 inmates were injured. 2 staff officers were injured. 1 inmate was shot with a shotgun. And they said the Coleman complex holds such notorious criminals as Conrad Black and Matthew Cox. We're unsure which part of the prison,
it was Cox,
of the facility Mr. Cox was, or Cox and Black were in during the riot. So if you read it, it makes it sound like I was in the yard with 2 shanks.
Yeah, and you're like, gang.
I'm in another prison.
Yeah.
But it makes it sound like I could have been there during the riot. Like, and you read it and guys are like, bro, it sounds like you were in the riot. And I was like, it's like, I got to keep that article.
Yeah.
I'm a gangster.
But could you imagine, like, if, like, in your heart of hearts, you were like a true, like, personality con man, and you went back to prison, you had that article? Dude, you take the art. What do you mean? I had like 10 people that day.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
By the way, is 5 of those 6 guys that got hurt, they died.
Yeah. Because of me. So anyway, dude, I have like 3 more prisons to get to.
Are you?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
okay.
No, I mean, this is cool. It's fun. I can fast forward. Like I can do, man, there's some cool. Yeah. But anyway,
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'll stop talking.
No. I enjoy it. Like I came here to bullshit, But anyway, So we came out anyways, and those guys got shipped. So anyway, so we're just doing our thing in the yard. I'll just get to the part where I leave. Because
We got like 30 minutes.
I know. I still have to get to Black Canyon, Phoenix, USP Pollock. That was crazy. With Gene Gotti was there. We used to play pinochle with him. And then to Hazleton, where it really got crazy, where I almost got killed, and then to the Deuce.
Okay.
Got to the Deuce. So yeah, no, we're good. Yeah.
What's the Deuce?
The Coleman too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So met Terre Haute still. Terre Haute was cool, man. There was never any like riots. There was a couple of times where we all had to go out to the yard and stand in each corner of the yard, and they got their knife, we got our knives. Really, the biggest thing that ever happened there was my exit. Some big things happened after me, but I'm like, while I was there,
Right.
Was my exit. So, the leader of the Latin Kings, dude named Sammy, King Sammy. Super cool though. He was always good to me. Like when I was dope sick, he would always get me well. I say it's good to me. Someone else on the outside looking in, and maybe even yourself and anyone else would be like, "Well, no, that's not being good to you. He's feeding you a drug."
Right.
But I'm sick, and I have to be able to be up. I can't sleep. There was no sleeping, taking naps during the day. At least with our car, if you get caught taking a nap, you get a violation. Just because you just have to be ready at all times. And I thought that was hardcore there. When I got to the pen, it was a whole nother, stand at the door, suited, booted, knife. I go to counseling for it now, and I never thought it was an issue until I started counseling for other stuff. But anyway, so he asked me, he's like, "Hey, I need a favor. I need to get one of my guys into your unit. He's super cool. You get along with him." I was like, "Man, I have really another." He's like, "He's white. He's a white Latin King." I'm like, we call him Big Mike. "Oh yeah, I know who Big Mike is. He gets drunk a lot and like tries to fight everybody." He's like, "Yeah, but he can't drink anymore. Yeah, or else he's gonna get killed." I'm like, "All right, I'll take him." So they move him in. And like right away, he starts drinking, high drinking, and he's like, "Man, you ain't gonna tell him." Like, "Man, I know rat, but you can't drink, and I'm not gonna lie for you."
Right.
If Sammy asks me directly if you're drinking, I'm gonna tell him, yeah. But I'm not like gonna go run to him and tell him that you're drinking. But dude, you can't handle it.
Right.
He's like, "Oh man, I can handle it." First couple of times, he was good. He was handling it. And then one time he was in another cell, and they were, straining the wine, and they were all just getting the bottles right away and drinking them as they were straining it, so they didn't have to hide it and carry it around. And he got super drunk and tried to fight the dude that was straining it. And I had to go over there, Mike, get over here. And this dude was big. He was like Big Mike, and I don't know if he could fight or not, but if he threw his weight around, he could just mow you over. You're not gonna, do anything to him. He's that big.
Yeah.
But not muscly big. Anyway, one night I was straining my wine. I always had 5 gallons under the bed. And, if I was pulling a batch, one batch was brewing. And because they let us drink there, the captains, the ward, everyone let us drink as long as we kept it cool in the yard. And that was another thing why everyone tried to keep it cool, because everybody drank.
Right.
Like I've been to the main line before with a bottle in my pocket, my shirt unbuttoned, because you have to be buttoned and tucked in.
Right.
My shirt unbuttoned, a tank top, drunk as hell, walking through the line going, "Hey," acting like I'm running for governor, shaking everyone's hand at the tables, because the line to get the chow is like everyone's tables. All the gangs, whites, blacks, Mexicans. I'm like, "Hey, Pedro, what's up, man?" They're like, "Oh, Casper, you're drunk as fuck." I was like, "Yeah, man, I'm drunk." In my shower shoes at mainline.
Okay.
Shaking everyone's hand. Anyway, I hear, "Yeah, bro." I'm like, "Well," I turn around. He's like, "Here is the warden." I was like, "What's up, man?" He's like, "Get back to your unit."
Mm-hmm.
Get back to your unit. I was like, "Man, I'm good, warden." He's like, "Yeah, bro, get back to your unit." Captain's like, grabs me. Him and another cop take me to the unit. He's like, "What the f*** you thinking, dude? You're putting me on blast now." And I was.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because that makes it, the captain look bad.
Yeah.
That he's not got control over it. And so anyways, they walk back to you. You're like, you're staying in your cell for the rest of the day. So I did. And then real quick, let me tell this story before we get to the next prison. There was one time I was kind of like bulldogging this dude for his pills for Oxycontins. And the case manager didn't like him. So the case manager was like, yeah, take him for everything. The case manager just told me that because the dude's mom was calling senators about the way he was being treated at the prison.
Right.
So he was creating a problem for them. So the case manager was like, no, hey, take care of this dude. They wanted me to smash him. And I was like, no, I'm just going to take his shit. He's like, yeah, take his pills. So I was down there doing that. Well, his cellie was like, no, I'm getting these pills. And he was this little old man. And I was like, no, these are my pills, fool. This is my unit, my yard, my pills. And he's like, not this time, man, this time. So I took the pills out of his hand and went back up to the cell. And I said, you know what? But before I went back to the cell, I said, you know what? You got to go, bro. Both of you, you're gone. Pack your shit. And the dude's like, I'm not going anywhere. I was like, when I come back from chow, you better be gone, dude. So I go to chow. It's chili dog day. I remember it like it was yesterday. I'm down there. I'm happy. It's chili dogs. I'm like, yeah, I'm eating it. I'm talking to everybody and telling them about what just happened. And I feel a tap on my shoulder and I just feel hot water in my face. And then I feel like the lightest punch in the world. It was like light, bro. I get up and I'm just like, and I just beat the brakes off the old man. I had to beat up the old man. Dude, everyone's like, "Dang, you beat up the old man." I was like, he threw hot water in my face.
Right.
But anyway, I saw all the bitch comes out of me, right? When he throws the water on my face. Not in front of everybody, but when I get to medical, I was like, is my face melting? Because the dude just had his face melted off.
Right.
I was like, do I still look okay? I mean, I know I'm ugly, but do I still look okay? And the nurse, she starts laughing. She's like, bro, you're fine. You're barely burned. You're like, it's just like a little red. Are you really? Okay. I'm just like so worried. He just like took water out of the 190 or the 180 spout, you know what I mean? And like threw it on me and like tried to punch me. But he did what he was supposed to do. I didn't smash him off the yard.
Right.
If you tell me to go, I'm not going to go. I'm going to fight. And so the old man had tons of heart in my eyes for doing that. Does that make sense?
I understand.
Yeah. So I was like, man, I was proud of him for real, but he had to go. And so when I come back out, of course, everyone's giving me shit. Oh yeah, you kicked the shit out of that dude, bro.
This guy's 80 years old.
Yeah. And I was like, man, you trying to fight? And yeah, dude, it was crazy. Yeah, not good though. Yeah, even the warden. The warden tried to tell me he had a heart attack and died, but the captain was behind him going, "No, he didn't.
He's fine. He's in the shoe. He's not
just in the shoe, bro." Yeah, but when I went to the shoe, I walked the tank cage with him, and I just told, man, you did what you're supposed to, man. I apologize.
Right.
I was just on some junky shit, But I told him about his cellie being a piece of shit, his mom calling and everything. But I shouldn't have been on the cop side with that anyway, but I wanted the pills. I'm an addict. You know what I mean? So anyway, real quick, one other quick story about there before we get to the next spot, before I finish the Mike story. One time I was going to get my eyebrows tattooed. I was going to get drug-free tattooed on my eyebrows. And so I drew them out. I did a stencil, I had stencil paper. I did the stencil and it was just like blue. And my buddy Danny, my best friend, he comes mobbing into the tank to give me something. I can't remember what it was. He's like, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah.
I was like, man, I'm going to get drug free on there. And I had it backwards so when I looked in the mirror, I could read it.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. And obviously I didn't get it. Danny's like, the f- you are, you're not getting shit, dude. That's going to be gay. You're going to be stupid.
All right.
Don't get those stupid tattoos. I was like, really? Is it dumb? Because I had just kicked. I just was sick for a couple of days and made it, So I was sober and I was like, I'm never going through that again. I'm going to remind myself every day with drug-free on my eyebrows. Idiot. Straight tarred life.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
That really should be in the title. Like
tarred life? Yeah.
we some white trash font. and get our life on the thumbnail, maybe.
Yeah. With my hands going like, anyway. Yeah. So, but that's not the funny part. So like they call chow dinner. And so like, I try to wash them off, but like I have like, I shaved my eyebrows to do it. And so like now I have these smears of like purple on my eyebrows and we go to chow. I'm not thinking anything of it.
It's like your eyeliner's running.
Yeah. So we get
rouge.
to chow. We get to chow and there's like a white supremacist table and like we're all sitting down there at the front and I'm sitting there eating, talking to everybody. And Danny's like kitty corner from me and I'm talking to this fool. I'm like, yeah, man, hey, mate, make sure you get that tonight. Hey, meet me at the library and bring the stamps and the copy cards, stuff like that. Just talking. And we get up to go and Danny catches up with me. He's like, bro, he's like, you're an idiot, dude. I was like, what? He's like, you got these fools so scared of you that you just went down to the chow hall with purple eyebrows.
Right.
And not one of those fools said, hey, man, what's up with your eyebrows? Hey, dude, what the hell's going on with your eyebrows? Not one of them said anything. So you're just an idiot. You know what I mean? So I was like, damn, that is crazy. Because I would say something like, dude, what the fuck are you doing with your eyebrows? But anyway. So anyway, back to Big Mike. Big Mike gets drunk in the cell. We're locked down for the night. But our cells, if you put a AA battery in the door, you could pop them open at night and go to like other cells and hang out, do whatever. And the cop didn't really care. This is after lockdown and count. Well, we would always do that. Big Mike was getting drunk, and the guy who cleaned the night orderly or porter, whatever we called him, swamper or whatever, he told dude like, "Hey, keep it down, man. That cop's gonna I'm doing something." He was doing some kind of move. Mike's like, "What, you punk?" and just starts yelling at this dude. Now this dude's got life, and he's a big dude, and he's like the coolest, nicest guy in the world. He's one of those black dudes that are just like it doesn't have to be even color, just one of those people that would give the shirt off his back.
Right.
You know what I mean?
He was just asking you politely to keep it down. He wasn't being a jerk.
He's trying to protect him. Well, anyway, dude's like, yada, yada, yada. Well, dude gets pissed. And he goes to open our door because he knows we usually keep it open, but Mike had locked it. And I was like, oh, bitch, dude. What a bitch. And then so they get in a screaming match to the door. And dude's like, no. That's all right. The only thing that's saving you right now is this door. We don't have to talk no more. So now when we come out, it's ding ding, right? Mike just gets louder and louder and drunker, starts drinking my wine. He drank a gallon of good wine. It's like really good, like that beet wine made out of beets. It's like the best wine you can make. 2 pounds of sugar on every gallon. And so he gets louder and louder. Of course, eventually the cop comes up. The cop gives him a warning. Dude, my whole room, it's got spilt wine, him drunk. And the cop gives him a warning. Hey, shut it down, or you're now you're fronting me off. Go to bed. And Mike's like, no, fuck you, I ain't doing shit. He's basically checking in. Mm-hmm. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. He's checking in. He's telling that cop, fuck you, I'll fight you. You know, all this shit. Cop locks him up. Well, when he packs his shit, I'm like, well, I'm keeping those shoes because he owes me money for this wine. Right. So they pack his shit and he's checked in. He's not coming back out. Dude's back there for like 9 months. And Sammy, like in the middle of that, said, hey, man, did you grab Mike's Nikes or whatever they were? And I said, no.
All right.
It was the single most biggest prison mistake I ever made. Even afterwards, all the dumb shit I did and stupid shit I did, lying to that man was the worst thing I ever did. Because for real, there's nothing worse than a liar. And there's nothing worse than a jailhouse thief.
Right.
You know what I mean? Not that I stole it. I don't think I was a jailhouse thief.
You felt obligated, or not obligated, so you felt justified in taking it. He owed me money.
And I should have said that. I don't know why I didn't say that. I just was like, no.
Right.
And he was like, you sure? I was like, nope. He's like, all right, man, cool. Took off. Now they think someone in R&D or whoever, wherever the property guy at the shoe,
right,
who handles the property, thinks they stole it, whatever. So they're going to go hem him up. Or he asked me, did I pack them?
Right.
And I said, yeah. So now the only place they could be is in the property in the shoe. Lo and behold, the guy who I sold him to is still in the yard, still a Mexican guy. And now somebody sees him. And OG Ed, the black dude who pulled me in my first day, he called me in, and this dude, is giving me books. He helped me out. You know what I mean? We were solid and cool. And he pulled me in. He's like, man, you sure you didn't take those shoes, man? You're cool. We're good. And I said, no, again.
Right.
That was my whatever it is, like I can't be there no more, And so anyway, so they find the shoes. I'm trying to think of a good word for what that was. Like not my whatever, it's just like I just signed my not death warrant, but just my privileges, my Terre Haute privileges. I just lost them all.
They got yanked.
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, they're investigating it kind of, but they see dude with the shoes. They get the shoes. And of course, dude's like, I bought them from Casper,
Right. Yeah. Which they already thought was possible.
But yeah. It's the reason why they have asked me like 3 times, wanted to like give me an out, I know that's what Ed was doing. Just tell me, man, we're good.
Yeah.
And I'll smooth it over. What he said went. And, yeah. So they find out, they go politic with my guys without me, like at the gym.
Yeah.
So my guys come back out and they say, hey, next move, let's go out. We're going out to the yard. I said, am I good? And it's like, yeah, you're good. Now you've heard of rocking them to sleep, right? Hey, bro, I've seen your paperwork, but you're it's like, hey man, come on out to the yard, brother.
Yeah.
Just we were rocking them to sleep. Well, that's what I thought what was happening. They were rocking me to sleep, but I'm going to go out this one time, right? Because it was Danny, is my best friend.
Right.
He would tell me, man, we got to smash you.
Yeah, you would think he would tell you.
Yeah, I would think he would tell me. So what was happening? That wasn't the case. They just wanted me to get a violation in front of everybody, just body shots. Because I told him he owed me money.
Yeah.
But my violations, I lied.
Right.
Yeah, I wasn't lying about he owed me money.
Right.
And that was good for them. Why didn't you say that? I don't know. And now I kind of look like a bitch, you know what I mean, for saying it, but whatever. So I'm like, I don't want to take body shots.
Right.
You know how many times I've given people body shots? A lot.
Right.
And there's this dude, TC Corbin, he's like, man, I'm gonna dig in on you, bro, for all the times you got me, bro. And he's got big hands, dude. They're like this, bro. Big hands. He's a little stocky dude. TC Corbin, man, it's a good ass dude. He's like, I'm just gonna dig in on you. And I was like, what? Why are you gonna dig in on me? He said, I owe you. I was like, damn, but we're all laughing about it. I'm pretending not to be scared, Yeah, man, yeah. Because I can't fight back.
Right.
I know I can beat up, dude, but I can't fight back on my violation.
Right.
I just gotta take it. I don't want to take it.
Right.
So we're like setting a time and place, and I don't show up to the first one, Oh, dude called me down to the other unit. I had to go down and pick up my ink. Dude, I totally forgot about it. I don't show up to the second one.
You forgot about it. Was that today?
Yeah. Was that today? They forgot about it. But a lot of stuff had happened, over my time there. I was there for a few years. A lot of stuff had happened. I was tired. I didn't want to be involved anymore. You know where I'm heading with this. Yeah.
You checked in.
Quit laughing, dude.
This shit ain't
funny.
Excuse me, Lieutenant. Yeah. Can I talk to you real quick?
Hey, this shit ain't funny, man. Yeah. So
Not feeling it here anymore.
Yeah. Can I get a plane ticket? Yeah. I didn't want to. You know what I mean?
Right.
But so I had this big knife, and I was like, man, I'm just gonna give him this knife, And I told one of my guys, I was like, man, I don't want body shots, dude. I'm tired of being here. And dude's like, yeah, I understand, bro. And that was like my pass. And this dude was nobody,
Yeah.
But I told him, He's like, dude, I would do the same thing, dude. Why wouldn't you? Yeah, you've been here a long time. We've been through all this shit. You were using, you were sober, you were using, and I was sober at this time, not from alcohol, but from, the bad shit. And sure enough, man, we woke up in the morning, and I was supposed to meet them at the thing. And I was like, man, I got this knife to the cop. And the cop's like, oh, all right, cool, thanks, man. And like sets it on the desk.
No. That's not what we're going for here.
No. I'm getting busted with this knife. And it was like I broke his heart. Because, I'm cool with all of them,
right.
And I'd been there a long time, and, we're all buddies, really.
He thought you were better than
like the pen. Yeah.
He thought you're better than that.
He thought I was better than that. And I don't want to start crying right now, dude.
No,
no, I'm just kidding.
Listen, I had a buddy who went into, this was at the medium. He did like 10 years in the pen. And he went to the medium one day, and he goes to his counselor. He goes, can I talk to you? And she's like, and I'm sorry, it was a guy counselor. And he goes, yeah, this is a big guy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, 6+.
Yeah.
And big black guy. And he goes in to talk to the counselor, and he goes, hey, man, can I talk to you for a minute? He said, hey, what's up? He said, I need to call somebody.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, who's that? He said, U.S. attorney. And he gives him the phone number. And he goes, and he goes, really? And he said, okay. He goes, and does he know you're calling? He said, yeah, he knows I'm calling. I got a letter yesterday, and here's the letter. And he showed it, and he's like, okay. So he calls the U.S. attorney. Somehow or another, it was arranged like that, where he actually made the call. And he's on the phone talking about how he had gotten information from a guy on the street, and it wasn't his U.S. attorney. Actually, I think it was his U.S. attorney. Gotten the call from somebody on the street, blah, blah, talked to the guy, or, got some information, giving it to him. And he's trying to get somebody on the street busted so he can get a Rule 35 and get his time up. Yep. And he sits it, and he hangs up the phone. He said, and he was telling me, and my buddy, he's telling me and Zach, my buddy Zach, this.
Yeah.
That this is what he had done. And he said, and we were walking in the yard, and he said, the counselor, or whatever his name was, he looked at me and went, like, just shook his head. And he goes, what? He goes, you thought I was a soldier? He goes, get the out of here.
Yeah.
And the guy, he just looked at him. He goes, get the out of here, Bo. He said, I want to go home. And he said, just go.
Yeah.
He laughed. We were laughing so hard that you did not tell me what you thought I was a soldier.
That's dope.
He said I did.
That's gangster for real.
He fucking was laughing.
True gangster, yeah.
He's like, bro. He said, I've never felt so bad in my life. He said, just the counselor looking at me. Mm-hmm. Look at the way he looked at me. He's like, you go home. Like,
yeah. I wish
judge
I could.
Me?
I wish I had enough snap at that time to come off with something like that. But instead, I was like, my feelings were hurt, it's just one of those things. Later, when I was on probation, I had to tell my PO I had relapsed, and I could see, because she was like, hey, how's it going? She was doing a house check. I told her, and like her whole face just went, and I was like, oh man.
But you listen, the federal, listen, I had one federal PO who most of the time I felt like she wanted to violate me.
Yeah.
But
most of them don't, though.
But the other ones don't. They want to see you do good. As a matter of fact, that's why they give you 3 chances and then go to the judge. Yeah. Well, this one PO, when I told her that I wanted to date my wife, and we had to have our PO, we'd call our POs. They had to call. Yeah, we had to call. And I remember when she said okay, I was like, phew. I was like, man, I was worried, a little bit worried there. And she goes, Matt, she said, what do you think? I want you to be alone? Yeah. She said, I want to see you do well. I want to see you find somebody. She said, I want to see you, she said, I know you don't think that. Yeah. Because she was a bitch. Yeah. But she's like, but I want to see you do well. And a lot of stuff was like, she wanted me to get a job, but I didn't want to get a job. I didn't want to get a regular job, Yeah. But to her, getting a regular W-2 job is safe. Yep. And secure. And I'm saying, no, I want to do this. And she's thinking, that's risky. What if something goes wrong? What if it doesn't, so I get it. I get it. She's trying to go the safe route. Yeah. And they have a formula, Right. Which I didn't fit in. Right. So I get it. I see. Yeah. Yeah. And to be honest, and not to just ride the same horse, I didn't fit in that either. It was hard for me to tattoo. Yeah. Because that formula works. It just didn't work for me. But most of the time it worked. It would have worked for me if I'd followed that formula. I just thought my formula is better. Yeah. So I see what you're saying. I'm not saying their formula is wrong. It just wasn't right for me. Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. Right. Just like with there's many paths to recovery and success. Yeah. So what part was I at? You checked in. Went in the shoe.
Or we used to skip over that.
Yeah, we're not talking about that anymore.
Yeah.
Why you gotta bring
We
that
already
up?
admitted to that. Yeah, yeah,
That was the past.
yeah.
Why are you always bringing up the
Let's
past?
go back, dude. This is out in the world forever. No. Yeah, so I handed him the knife. He was heartbroken. I was, man, what are you trying to f me for? They take me to the shoe, and then of course, like the windows. If you go to R&D, like if you get like mail down in the mailroom, you can walk by all the windows of the shoe. So like if I can talk to people in the shoe all the time. If I need to talk to them, say, hey, I need to go to the mailroom. And they open the door and let me go to the mailroom. But really, I'm just going down to talk to Billy Joe and Bobby Sue.
All right.
Just like, hey man, make sure you do this. Are they going to ship you? We can just find out all the info.
Right.
And of course, they put me in a cell right there. And all of my guys came down to the window. And I can't just hide.
Right.
I just got to stand in the window and with my head down. And but everyone understood.
Right.
They did. They really did understand. And this might make me cry. I don't want to cry, dude.
It's all right. I cry at least twice a week.
They understand. Oh, dude, I cry all the time, dude. My daughter, when her little mind at work, when I see things, she just started kindergarten, her new little independence. I get her ready for school, take her to school, and when she jumps out of my truck, bye, daddy, love you, daddy. I bawl for the first 5 days. I bawled. I'm like, yeah. Anyway, they have my back, man.
Right.
Even then, they're like, dude, you're good. Get out of here. You need to get out. We know you need to get out of here. This place sucks for you now.
Right.
And it just because I was burnt out, you know what I mean? Of being there. It's hard to be someone you're not for so long.
Mm-hmm.
It's like someone faking a certain voice style, like a singer. They can only fake that voice for so long, like in a tribute band. I don't know why I went there with that. But terrible analogy.
Right.
It's almost convoluted, but it's a trip. So I went to the shoe. They just parallel shipped me. I didn't have to go up in my score or anything, which was awesome because I'm right there with all my write-ups and everything. I'm right at like a 24, and I think 25 is pen, or I think maybe 24 is pen now, or it just depends. Anyway. But I thought I could get a management variable if I did because it's, I checked in, don't send me to the pen. But anyway, so they sent me to Phoenix, Arizona. I went there, had a blast. When I went there, I went into captain's review again. Same thing, are you going to have any SIS came to talk to me that time though. And he was a pretty serious dude. He was the gang coordinator for that entire West Coast area. So like he's almost like an FBI agent.
Right.
Yeah, but his office is at that prison. That's where the cheese factory is too, is the prison where I was at. Where like Sammy the Bull, all those like high profile rats.
Right.
They were in this little building has over their yard. There's a bulletproof sail. It's bulletproof because there's a hill where you could snipe them.
Right.
So they had to put this bulletproof sail over their yard where they work out and walk the yard.
The cheese factory. I get it.
Yeah, they call it the
get
cheese factory. Yeah.
Because they're all rats. Cheese. I didn't get it. I didn't catch it right away.
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
I didn't catch it right away.
And that's what everyone
I was
calls
like,
it.
cheese, like they make cheese there? Is there a unicorn?
Oh, is
They
that the
make
unicorn?
cheese?
Yeah.
I didn't know they
Badass.
made cheese.
Yeah.
Like must have been a lot of cheese on the compound.
Yeah. I was a clerk at Unicorn for a long time and yeah, I got fired. But because I had a computer and I was making cards so people could go to chow early as a diabetic. I was making diabetic cards, the little yellow cards. And
I had I actually did. We had I had access to a computer, and they Zach did his legal work on it, and they found out.
Was he saving stuff on it?
Yeah.
Oh shit! You can't save anything.
Yeah. So
yeah, because from the SMS was like a server like scanner,
right.
Scan. Yeah. It's got the same. There's a ghost image, and that ghost image has to be the same every time it scans.
For some reason my computer allowed me to save because I was doing resumes for people.
Yeah.
And mine let me save them. One day we were going to chow.
Oh yeah, it wasn't in the policy.
Yeah,
one day have been in the policy edit. Yeah.
Well, we were going to chow and Zach goes, he said, hey, you need to finish that up because, we're going to go to chow. I said, no, I'll just save it. And he goes, you can't save. And I go, no, I save stuff all the time. I got all these things saved. And he goes, your computer lets you save? I was like, yeah, look. I was pulled up a bunch of other ones. I said, I can save.
Right click, save
and
as,
he was
whatever.
like, really? Can I do my legal work on here? Would you mind? Nah, if you want to. Not thinking much of it.
Seems benign.
Yeah, seem benign.
Yeah.
Until they call you in and they tell you, how did you hack the system? Hack the system? I'm not a hacker. What are you talking about?
It would be pretty easy to change that policy in the policy editor, but I mean, we really don't.
Yeah, I didn't. Mine just let me save. I didn't know, and Zach's didn't, so he started doing illegal work. Got somehow or another, got caught.
Yeah.
And then I got in trouble. He got in trouble.
Phoenix was interesting. There was no politics there, which I thought everything I heard was Phoenix is it was a no holds barred yard. They're the gangs like it's a South Sider yard, and but it's a medium. And I just thought it was going to be crazy there. So I got there thinking I'm just going to have to turn it on. You know what I mean? Just turn on, hard number and not, soft number.
Right.
And dude, I get there. SIS comes and talks to me. Captain comes talks to me. And they're just like, okay, yeah, just don't be. They didn't want me to group people. That was the biggest thing. Don't group. You can't walk more than 2 or 3 on, at a time on the yard, together in a group.
Right.
And man, sure enough, the first month I was there, they locked me up, and SIS, the head guy for that whole region, Feeney, that was his name, SIS Feeney. And he was like this little scrawny, like real nerdy guy. Looks like he got picked on in school, one of those type guys. And he presented himself like I'm gonna get you because you got me in school. That was his whole vibe. And so anyway, it was super chill. But they locked me up, and because someone had said that I was recruiting. Right. Like, don't recruit in prison in general. That's not. That's more street stuff. Right. They can, and I kind of was, with those guys in Seattle, but it's not really what we do. You know what I mean? Right. Or what we did, or what I'm not anymore, or really ever was. Right. In my heart.
So they locked you up.
Yeah, so they locked me up, and they said I was grouping up people. There was a NLR guy there. Have you ever met any NLR guys?
What is that?
Lowrider?
No.
It's like a huge gang in California. Like they're killers. You have to kill to be one. And there was an NLR guy there, but he was super chill, and he kind of, he didn't swing off my nuts, but he was just like kind of, yeah, let's go to the yard, bro. Like
right. Yeah, he was trying to kind of click up with you.
Yeah. But so whoever wrote that kite or dropped that kite,
trying to get you off the yard, or
get me off the yard,
get you in trouble.
Yeah. And I hadn't intimidated anybody. Like I was truly just being me. But I was telling white boys to pull their pants up, shit like that, because dudes were sagging, and
right.
And yeah, so that happened. I was like, no, that ain't happening. They investigated it for a few days and let me back out. And I never really had any problems with them through my whole thing, except for one time I was making some wine and someone told on it. It was like absolutely no wine. Like they would ship you even if they found like a bottle that smelled like wine. That was the only other time they messed with me until I had a phone sent in. So I worked in industries, and what do they call that again? Facilities, but there's like 3 letters.
Unicore?
No. CLM, CMS?
CMS?
Is that what it is? CMS?
What is it? I don't know.
But anyway.
Sounds familiar.
So I worked in there as an electrician. So I would go, like if a light went out in the kitchen, I'd push my card in and, fix the light, fix whatever. And, but I was got in really good with my boss. And so whenever we would order parts for like a washing machine or something, it would come in with, in a box, and it had a label. So I sent that label out to somebody, told them to recreate that label and mail me in a phone. And so I did that. But there was another guy that worked in there with me, and he got the package before I did. I didn't go to work that day for some reason. I can't remember. I think it was to see the dentist or something. And he got it before me, and I was like, hey, what happened to the package? And he denied having it, but he told everyone in his unit he had it. First of all, why would you tell everybody?
Right.
So I had to go hem him up, but he had already told everyone. So someone in his unit already told the SIS. So now SIS is looking for this phone. So I go hem him up, and he wants $1,000 to give me my phone, right? And his name was Bill. He had bad legs, and he would have seizures in the middle of the yard, and he had crutches, but he worked back there with us.
And he wants $1,000.
Yeah.
I'll just take your beat you with your crutch.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing?
But he was in the hat though with the ABs. So he was hiding out there in that yard. And you know what in the hat means? He's got a hit on him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's what the black hand and the ABs call. If they got a hit, it's called in the hat. So he was in the hat with the ABs, and we all knew it. So don't be tough. But I guess he tried to blow somebody up. That was, I don't know, on the streets. Like he did some like crazy shit, and got caught with some explosives or something. And
they're not letting him fly on commercial airplanes.
Yeah.
Right? So
Yeah.
I'm assuming he's on a list somewhere.
Yeah. And so anyway, I told him, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go search your cell and find it. He's like, it's not in my cell. And it was back at the thing. Well, anyway, they came and searched work and our units, and they found the phone at work. And so he said that I had it mailed in, even though they found it in his like little area. So they locked me up.
What?
Yeah. This dude told on everything though. The guy with the crutches.
Yeah.
He was a teller too. So so they would believe him, and they used him to get information from the yard. And we already knew that, but we just let it, as long as it wasn't affecting us and whatever we were doing. And so they locked me up, and they search all my stuff. They're looking for the SIM card. The SIM card wasn't in the phone. So they're looking for the SIM card. I don't know where it's at. I never had it, right? So I go out to the rec yard, in the cage for my hour out. And when I come back, dude, my whole cell is just trashed. I just got a care package from the guys in the yard. They sent me some ramens, chocolate, just chips, everything I would need, ramens. And I had that all, just like, tucked away and, organized in the shoe. Mind you, in this shoe, cockroaches would fall out of the ceiling. They would just fall, and like you would feel them crawling on you at night. It was really bad.
If you sleep hot at night, you know how disruptive that can be. Whether you're having trouble falling asleep, you're waking up sweating in the middle of the night, or all of the above. That's where Ghost Bed can help. As the makers of the coolest beds in the world, Ghost Bed is your go-to for cooling mattresses, cooling pillows, and cooling bedding. From their signature Ghost Ice fabric to patented technology that adjusts to your body's temperature, every Ghost Bed mattress is designed with cooling in mind. So whether you want a plusher mattress that cushions your shoulders and hips, or a firm option with exceptional support, your Ghost Bed will keep you cool and comfortable all night long. When you purchase a Ghost Bed mattress, your comfort is guaranteed. You can try out your mattress for 101 nights, risk-free, to make sure it's the right fit for you. Plus, they offer free shipping, and most items are shipped within 24 hours. If you're not sure which Ghost Bed is right for you, check out their mattress quiz. You'll answer a few questions and get a personalized recommendation. Even better, our listeners can get 50% off site-wide for a limited time. Just visit ghostbed.com/Cox and use the code COX at checkout. Again, that's ghostbed.com/Cox with the code COX at the checkout to save a whopping 50% off site-wide.
Anyway, so I had all my stuff put away, went out to the yard, came back, everything was trashed. My glasses were broken, my reading glasses. And we read, dude. Mm-hmm. When we're in the hole, we read. I read out of the hole. And I was mad. So I turn around, I have the cuffs on. I wish I could demonstrate, but I turn around and I was like, all right, I'm already screaming. All right. And they're like, the cop's like, are you okay? You okay? I was like, no, man, you tore out my shit, broke my glasses. I think one of my headphones was broke, and that seemed intentional.
All right.
So I'm like, all right, man, I got you. He's like, and he goes, are you going to give me the cuffs? And I wasn't even thinking of that.
Right.
And I was like, yeah, I'm going to give you the cuffs. Take these off me. As soon as he got one off, I pulled, and it pulled the chain. He's like, okay, and the key was stuck in the other cuff. And I pulled his chain, his keys, his whole chain and belt. And he was like reaching in doing it. And I just like was punching his hand while I broke his wrist. Dude, I couldn't believe it, man. I broke his wrist, took the keys, the chain. I had everything. I had all the keys on his key belt. And I'm like, oh my God, what did I do? In my head. And I'm just like, yeah, that's right. Come on in and get these keys. I'm just screaming. And one of the cool cops that worked back there, whenever he would take my tattoo machine away, he would always give it back.
Right.
He was working back there, and I would, he's always like, kind of like, I said earlier, cool heads prevail, man, relax. Right. He came to the window and he just went like this, like that, like, you're crashing, bro. You have the keys. This is a big deal.
Right.
It's not like, having just the cuffs or whatever. It's a big deal, but I wasn't giving them back. I was going to try to flush them. And just like, what key, but I decided to mask up, with the wet towel over my head. You're going to have to come and get him. I put my mattress up against the door, had the keys as a weapon.
Is so bad.
Yeah.
This is just like,
dude,
give him the keys.
If I could take it all back, I would have. If I could take it all back, I would.
Right.
Because
give him the keys back.
Yeah. I don't know why. I just couldn't, man. It was just in my head, and I was so angry, and because I didn't have it, I never got the phone, and it's on me that they're charging me with it. You can get 5 years for a phone,
right?
If they prosecute, they never did. So I peek out the thing, and it's another guy who was an officer there. He's now a Las Vegas cop. He works as a street cop in Vegas. He was a white supremacist, was in the military, was then a cop. So he was always cool with me, because he thought I was, one of them. And I can't remember his name, but he comes in, he's the cameraman, right? And so I just call out his name. All right, mother, I want you first. You come in here first. I got you, And he's just like, dude, he's like giving me these faces.
Right.
I'm just like, and they put the thing back up. Of course, they come in. They try to throw in those they're like beads, but they're pepper bombs, and they try to do that. Like they stick an electric cattle prod, like a zapper through the hatch to push the mattress away. And I'm holding it for a second, but I see the cattle prod. I was like, oh, I'm out of here. So I get the bunks. There were like, there was one like on the ground, and there was like one like just this high. It was a weird setup. So the top bunk was only this high. So I'm standing on the bunk with my mask and the keys. I'm like, come on and get it. So like, as soon as they come in, I'm just diving. And I'm ready, dude. I'm ready for them. And so like, it happened, man. Oh, wait, I forgot. I stuck my sandal. So you can lock those doors. So when they go to unlock it with the key, you can't turn it because there's so much pressure pushing on the lock. So you got to ram your shower slide in there. So I jam my shower slide in there. So like for them to get the lock open, they're going to have to like get like a wrench or something so they can have leverage to turn that, the big old skeleton key. Like they're huge. And so it took a long time for them to get the door open, but they finally did. I don't know how they did it, but they had to go get something. And they come in, dude, and I just jump. And I had shampoo all over the floor, so if they came in, they would slip and slide. They didn't really slip and slide. Right. In theory, it was, but, I only had like 6 little bottles of shampoo, shoe shampoo. And so I like threw that on the ground and tried to get it slippery, but they just came right in, and I jumped, and, they wrestled me around. They didn't beat me up or anything. Most guys would be like, oh yeah, they beat the shit out. They didn't beat me up at all. They're just like, man, what are you doing? I was like, man, you guys tore my room. You broke my glasses. What's it got to do? But I got a lot of write-ups for that. And I thought they were going to charge me for the assault and the officer. But he said, no, he's good. He understands. And he was one of like the really like meek guys, like just like, he just came to do his job. He never tried to bust you, but he never really tried to like talk to you either. And yeah, he was super cool, man. He was kind of a fat guy. He was super cool. I was trying to remember his name too. But yeah. And so of course they're going to ship me. They were going to ship me anyway because of the phone. So I'm back there for a long time with these cockroaches, like a long time, One time they came in and sprayed for him, but they had us clean him up. And it was literally taking a dustpan and like sweeping them in like piles of cockroaches. I mean, piles. These walls were all metal, like they were metal walls that had cracks in where the seams were.
Mm-hmm.
And these metal panels were like as big as like plywood, 4x8. And so they were just like, they were living back there like crazy. And so we had to clean those up one time, and they ended up shipping me, and they shipped me to, of course I go to OTC, and then that's when I go to Pollock. Now, I don't know if anyone's ever been on and talked about Pollock, but Pollock is like in the swamp, and it's dark and it's gloomy and it feels like death, and I've heard all the stories about Pollock, and, you think some of it's like just folklore made up, exaggerated. But from my time there, I seen 7 there while I was there, and I was only there for 3 months.
Mm.
So in the last 2, we got locked down for real. Well, I was there on the yard for 3 months. I was in the shoe for a lot longer. So, and I think I told you that story on the phone, and I'll retell it when I had my paperwork and the guy was above me, and it had the are you okay? The 5K, but I didn't get it.
Oh yeah, okay.
But it was on there. That was the first time I had got my docket sheet ever sent in or seen it. I was just hoping it wasn't gonna be there because I didn't get it.
Right.
I
said they're not going to care that you didn't get it.
Nah, because you tried.
Yeah, right.
And yeah. So, and I told the story, like this is what happened. And, so they said, okay, bro, if that's true, we'll let you stay. But you need the transcripts. Getting the transcripts is hard. It's not like I can just call, hey, bro, will you just print those transcripts off the internet and send them in? It's hard.
If they're not already transcribed, which yours I'm sure weren't,
because they didn't go to trial.
Then you have to first write. You have to write to get the name of the clerk, right, or the court reporter. Then you have to write the court reporter and ask for them. Then she sends you a letter back and says she wants $1.50 or $2.75 per page
or
and
word.
Yeah, and it's 20 pages, so it's 30 or 40, $50, and you're like, fuck, like this is Then you have to get somebody on the street to mail her a cashier's check because they don't want to take a check.
Yeah,
then it's a month to 2 month. It's more like a 2-month process at the minimum, and that's if you have somebody on the street helping you.
Yeah, and that's if you can even get it in because you're not allowed to have them. Unless you're appealing a case or fighting a case.
Oh, yeah.
And you need it. And my case was done. I had no appeals. I had no approved law firm to write me whatever that correspondence is.
Right.
So anyway, so when we're at R&D and we're coming onto the yard, I just kind of jumped ahead a little bit, but I'll just back up just one for a second. When we got to the yard, we're all walking with our packs or our laundry bag and or our bedrolls. We don't even have our laundry bag, and walking with our bedrolls, and it's during the 4:00 count, and the whole prison is pounding on their windows, and it's rumbling. It's like rumbling, and like everyone with me, there was like 6 guys with me. Well, there was like 16 guys with me,
right?
But the warden came in like, hey, if you got anything bad, don't walk this yard. You'll get killed. And don't worry, these guys are going to find it. So just go to the right, let the guys who can make it go to the left. And he was like, I don't care if it's tiny 40 years ago, if you were 8 years old and you told on, your neighbor, for whatever, these guys are going to find it. Don't walk this yard.
Right.
But I'm like, I'm good,
You're not good.
I know, but I feel like I'm okay.
And then those 10 guys peeled off, and you thought, my God, what's wrong with you guys?
Bitches. So I, they're pounding on the windows. You could see the fear in everyone. Everyone's got their head down, but I'm up front, head held high. I'm not showing any weakness. I'm trying to, because I don't know who's looking. I get to the unit, they lock me down. My cellie's cool. Hey, what's up, bro? We were waiting for you. You're Sam, right? Yep. He's like, yeah, we knew you were coming. One of your homeboys is here. He's excited you're here. we just need more white boys in the yard, from the West Coast, because there was a lot of ABTs in Aryan Circle there. This is before they had the big beef where they had to separate them at Florence and Lewisburg. And so anyway, so we come off account. They had just come off lockdown. A kid got I don't know if he was like 19 or 20, but anyway, they were on lockdown for something else. The kid comes to the yard from R&D, from transport, comes to the yard. Well, they're on a food strike. They're not accepting lunches. This kid doesn't know that. He's in a cell by himself, doesn't know that. He takes the lunch. Well, this dude Conan from Oregon, he's like, hey, man, did you take a lunch down there? He's like, yeah. He's like, throw it out. He's like, I already ate it. He's like, I'm going to talk to you when we get out. Dude, the dude just got there.
Right.
So I'm yelling down, or no, that's a different thing. So they come off of the thing, and Conan like was walking with him down the stairs and just pipelines him. And the kid falls back, hits his head, and kills him. Because, the concrete steps that go up and down to the tier, kills him. So they're just coming off lockdown of that. They've been out for like a day or two. So there's just a lot of energy. Everyone's still trying to like get store and settle debts, and communicate. And so I get there. So anyway, they knew I was coming. And the dude that said he knew me, I had never met before. But he knew of me. And from one of the guys at Phoenix, they were in Florence, Arizona, not Colorado together. It's like what are those called? GIAs, one of those GIA prisons, the private ones.
Yeah.
But he knew of me.
I've stayed at one of those.
Have you?
Yeah.
And he knew of me, but I guess he told them that he knew me. He was just trying to be cool, like, oh yeah, I know the big homie.
Yeah.
I know the big homie.
Which this worked out for you. It
did work out for me. And well, for a little bit. And I mean, it technically did. I didn't check in on that yard.
Yeah.
So I had to pretend like I knew him,
right?
Because I'm like, okay, this is working out.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, what was his name? Dude, he was a piece of shit. He was a piece of shit because he would run up drug debts and not pay, and then we would pay for him, and then we tell him don't do no more, but they would. The Sindicato guys would always front him drugs because they knew we would pay him every time. But anyways, so he's co-signing for me. No one's asking me for my paperwork. And like an idiot, I'm like, yeah, whatever. If I need to get my docket or my sentencing sheet, whatever, I'm thinking they're just going to say my J&C.
Yeah.
Judgment commitment. Where it just says, it says at the end, it's like page 14. If you have page 14, then something's wrong. If it goes to 13, you're good, or something like that.
Right.
It might be 11 to 12 or whatever. So I think they're just going to ask for that. And I know that's good because I didn't get it.
Right.
That's it after sentencing. And the dude's like, you can get your docket? Cool. One of the ABT dudes. And I was like, well, yeah, but I'm good. He's like, no, get your docket. But I can't show any kind of, because dudes telling themselves all the time.
Yeah.
They're either their story or their reaction. So I have to like be as smooth as possible. I was like, yeah, cool, no problem. I said, I'm good, but yeah, cool. And so I get it sent in, and we get the mail, and we're locked down. And I'm on the bottom bunk sitting down, and I'm reading it, and I see it. I just see it. Dude, it was like the biggest 2 numbers and letters I've ever seen. I was like, oh shit. And my bunkie was up top, like looking overhead. He's like, whoa, go back there. And I was like, what? And so I went back 2 pages, like, here? He's like, no, go forward. And I was like, well, here? I was like, he's like, yeah, is this thing 5K1? I was like, yeah, man, that's nothing. I didn't get it. You can see, I can show you on my J&C, I have no downward departure at all, not even a little one. And he's like, yeah, but what does that mean? And so I just tell him the story. And he's like, oh man. He's like, well, I hope you can prove that. He's like, I'm not the one to make that decision, but we'll just tell the guys when we come out. He's like, man, just tell them what happened and we'll just see what happens. And like, it could go either way. They could be like, oh yeah, get your trial transcript. But I wasn't even thinking that at that time. or they can just be like, oh yeah, cool, man, and then stab me the next move or whatever, you know?
Right.
So,
Jesus.
or, you know, they could rock me to sleep, you know, just be my friend, you know, like, oh yeah, it's good. Wait for your transcript, but they don't care. You know, they could just not wait for the transcript, just say that so they can get me, because they can't let me get away. They're in trouble if they let me get away if I'm bad. So yeah, so they let me get the transcript. So every day I was like kind of waiting for it, but you know, I'm waiting for the vibe, because I feel like, and I proved this at Hazleton, I feel like that I can sense that vibe even if they're rocking me to sleep, because I've done it and I've seen it, you know? So anyways, well, on that yard, I start getting high again a little bit here and there, but I don't want to run up a debt because I really don't know these dudes. Not like I did at the hut. And, but I do kind of run up a debt, but I pay it. But what's his name kept running up debts and we were paying it. So we finally told these dudes, like, look, if you sell them, it's all bad. We're not paying anymore. Right. And if you get any more, we're killing you. It's just what's going to happen. Or we're going to stab you and hopefully you don't die. And he's like, all right. Oh, I almost had his name because I was thinking of what I was talking to him. Anyway, he ends up running up a debt with another car. And we got to get him. But there's only really me there. And but at the same time, this other situation came with this guy who, and he was my cellie, who had testified on a trial in Texas. And the ABT dude, the head of the ABTs there, sent the paperwork to our unit, to like a couple of the guys, and I seen it, and they're like, he's telling us to take care of it. Because he was Aryan Circle, and the dude who was showing to me was Aryan Circle, but he was the only one there, or he might have had another guy there. And this dude's big, so it's got to be a few guys that go after him. But we all run together, so that kind of includes me because I haven't put in any work yet. And I have to put in some work anyway because I'm trying to look good. Right. Because we're waiting for the transcripts, which I never even tried to get, you know, because I don't have anyone out there, right, you know, to do that. So we rock this guy to sleep. We come out on the move. I come up from behind him, grab him, bring him to the ground, and these guys just start kicking his face and pounding his face until they his whole face got smashed in. I never seen it, but you know, the cops told us like, yeah, he had to go have like all these things screwed and boned and pinned and just like not reconstructed, but kind of reconstructed. Yeah. And the whole time he's like, what happened? What'd I do? Like he didn't know what was going on. And those guys are like screaming, yeah, you did, you rat. And just, I mean, just smashing the dude, man. And it took so long for the cops to get there. And I'm just like holding him and I'm just like, dude, where are the cops? Come save this dude. Right. And the warden had already told us too, like the next time there's blood on anyone's boots, like if you guys got to get a dude off, good, just smash him off the yard. But the next time there's blood on someone's boots, it's over. We're locking you guys down. We're taking away this, that. So, you know, he's like, dude, what'd I do? You know, he's like, crying. Finally, the cops get there and they tackle us, you know, smash us, handcuff us. And there's like around the whole prison, there's like a walkway that goes behind the units, like a big tunnel. And so they walk, I didn't even know it was there. And so they walked us all the way around to the shoe. And they're like, man, you guys, man, there's blood on those boots. You know, you guys are hit. The warden's going to trip. And we're like, the warden, you know, that, and stupid. Inside, I'm like going, what'd we do? And so we get to the shoe, and you know, and dude's yelling down after he comes back from the hospital, and you know, it's like a week or two. He comes back, and we see him come back, and I just feel bad, dude. It's not in my nature, but I'm trying to survive, and I just feel real bad. And he sends a kite down. You know, he's like, you know, hey, please give me a little bit of respect and tell me why you guys did that. Right. What happened? And my cellie's like, oh, I'll write it. And he's like, you're a rat. You told him that blah, blah, blah. He knew the name of the dude, you know, and it happened at a car wash and he witnessed it or something. And he was with the guy who did it. And he sends a kite back and he's like, you guys got it up. I testified for the defense. I didn't testify for the prosecutor. And he's like, I can prove that. My whole car knows that. Like the major and the general of the Aryan Circle, they know that. They know that whole story because they're all from Texas.
Yeah.
And they're all tight, you know. They're one thing about Texas, they're tight and they all know each other. Anyways, turns out it's true.
Right.
Totally true. And that ABT dude just didn't like the dude because he was big.
Right.
He was threatened by him. And he was Aryan Circle. He was an opposite gang, wasn't in his gang, wasn't ABT. And he did that on purpose. And he sacrificed me and those two other dudes to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Because now we're hit.
Right.
You know, because first of all, we listened to another gang. It's almost like listening to another race.
Right.
You know, like you know, some Mexican dude said, hey, you know, go get that dude. Here's his paperwork. And all the paperwork said was that, you know, he just came there to testify. You know, it was lame.
Wasn't specific enough.
It wasn't specific enough. And, you know, I tried to apologize. He's like, man, apologies ain't going to do it, man. You know, it's, you know, it is what it is. You guys will get yours, you know. I'm going to go and hold my head high and walk wherever I go. And so I don't know who did. It wasn't me. It wasn't me this time. But someone sent a kite and said, hey, we can't come back out.
Right.
It was a false hit. This and that happened. They told the whole thing. SNS was questioning me about it. I was like, I don't know anything. I was just putting in work, you know. And so they didn't let us back out. They ship us. You know, I'm there, who knows for how long, 9 months, 10 months. It was a long time, bro. And we go to Oklahoma. I run into he's kind of a popular ABT dude. Big beard. I used to play handball with him at another spot at Terre Haute. Anyways, I run into him. I tell him the whole thing. He's like, oh man, you guys are hit. He's like, but believe this, old boy's going to get it. You know, the dude who sent us on the mission, the ABT dude, he's going to get it. And we're like, oh yeah, whatever, you know,
yeah,
who cares?
That doesn't do anything for me.
Yeah. And so we get to, I get to Hazleton. They sent me to Hazleton, another shitty, violent, crazy yard. And I skipped over the two dudes that got at another two dudes that got when we were locked down for a little bit at Pollock. They were two Cuban guys. They were found bound in their bunks, but they had a store and they had like thousands of books because they had a ticket too, or they held books of stamps for the ticket guy, something like that. But they had thousands of books, and it was just a cash grab. And we were locked down for a long time for that, and the FBI came and investigated that, and anyway, but that was just something crazy that happened there. It had nothing to do with me. And so anyway, I get to Hazleton. On the plane to Hazleton, I'm sitting next to this dude named Country. He's dead now. They killed him at Big Sandy. But I was with Country, and I'm in there, and I'm just like, man, I'm just gonna come down there and, you know, do my own thing, man. I'm not even gonna represent. I'm gonna be loud and proud. You know, more like this. I'm gonna be loud and proud. You know, I ain't gonna hide nothing. I'm like, man, I'm saying hiding it. I'm just gonna like just do my own thing. You know, I don't want to like click up with any of this there. I don't know any of them. I just got burned at this other spot. If there's any Aryan Circle dudes there, I'm not going to be able to walk because there's a separate T. It's not like I'm going to go there and be like, hey, I can't walk here. They're just going to be like, you know, I can't go. And so I get there and dude, we fall in. There's this dude named Slayer. The dudes that were there were all part of the 420 riot at Florence, where those two dudes got killed on Hitler's birthday. Do you ever hear about that? Mm-hmm. No, this is like the biggest like thing that had happened in the BOP in a long time, like super long. There might be some stuff on YouTube or somewhere else about it.
On Hitler's birthday.
Yeah, 420, Grandpa's birthday. You know, we all call him Grandpa.
Okay.
You know, it's stupid. I know. It's stupid. My grandma, Mijo, you didn't know Hitler. I knew Hitler, Mijo. You know, that's my grandma when she's seen the thing. And so we get there. These dudes are all, you know, like, yeah, we were part of that, you know, blah, blah, blah. You know, this is the dude that started it. And he was fighting the dude. Basically, what had happened at Florence was that they were all drinking on Hitler's birthday, you know, going, you know, yeah, you know, Hitler, Grandpa's birthday, you know, all you dudes. But they were drunk and a fight happened. And, you know, there wasn't even supposed to, you know, there's no hands. And, the tower, you know, dropped the bombs and they didn't stop fighting. And the dude shot the one dude through the chest and killed them both. But the bullet went through the white dude and hit the black dude in the head. Them both. And it was a big deal. It was a big deal. And that was after like kind of like a riotous situation. One fight started, then they all kind of started fighting. And riotous, is that even a word? I just made that up. Wordsmith, just shaving away. So we get there, they're all telling me that. They want me to read it, you know, all the paperwork. Yeah, I got to write up for this and that. You know, I did this during that ride. They're just trying to like show off to me that, you know, they're super skins. And these were the kind of that were like, they weren't beer. Like a beer is just like a Southern KKK guy gets drunk, you know, FNs, you know.
Right.
And these were like, these guys thought they were like internet that were in. One of them specifically was the internet. He was in there for throwing a Molotov cocktail in a synagogue or something like that. And but the other dudes were just like, they were like those, like, you know, Hollywood is, you know, is all, you know, Jews, and they're trying to, you know, change us all to love the Jews, whatever, you know, they deny, Holocaust deniers,
Right.
you know, and, you know, Hollywood's, you know, all bad. And that stuff's just lame to hear. It's like, it makes no sense. But anyway, they were those kind of guys. And one day, I wasn't there very long. One day, there was a dude that was where I had checked in. And he was like, something happened with him. He wasn't there when it happened, but he was there. And then he had heard the story, like, you know, you won't believe, dude, Casper checked in, you know,
Right.
kind of that type thing. And he was like, no, something happened. I'm going to find out. I find that out later. This is information I find out later. And so I was feeling that, you know, because I'm constantly, my feelers are like, these dudes are going to find out that I did that, because it'll always follow you. I don't know how many times you've seen it or have heard of it, but like, you can't hide in the BOP. You can't.
Yeah.
You might get lucky for a while, but you every time that bus comes to the yard and people walk out of R&D, something's gonna.
There's a chance that some guy walks in and says,
sweating. Yep. Yeah. So, I was feeling it. They were all of a sudden trying to get me to go to the law library one time. Hey, come to the law library with us. Come to the law library with us. I'm like, no, I'm good. I'm gonna do this tattoo. And they're like, no, man, come to the law library with us. I was like, man, I can't go. They're like, all right. Next move, just finish the tattoo. And I was tattooing on country. And so anyway, so we're all just doing thing. I finished the tattoo. Those guys come back from the law library, and I just feel it, right? The one dude, the internet, he's never done this, puts his arm around me. He's like, man, you're coming to the law library, right? And I just felt it, dude.
right.
They're rocking me to sleep. And I'm like, yeah, man, yeah. He's like, all right, moves in a few minutes. So I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna make a phone call. And he's like, wait, just go to the move, make the call later. I was like, man, can I call my dad, man? He's like, okay. So I go down to the phones, and it's like a round concrete thing. There's 3 phones on it, and you like sit on this little concrete and talk on the phone. So I'm down there pretending to call. And I'm done. I have the thing like this, and I'm like pretending I'm talking, and I'm watching them out of like the corner of my eye. I'm watching them, and they're all. They shouldn't have done this because this is what like locked it in for me. Like, yeah, I'm checking in. I'm running.
Right.
There were some black hand dudes there. Like the Batman was there. These are all like huge MA guys that had the black hand on them. They were all there, and those guys had just got a dude. The dude ran into the cop's cage, and they locked the door. Those dudes got in, and still with that cop right there, got that dude, and like right in front of the cop. The cop just let it happen. So I knew these guys were going to try to show that up.
Right.
You know, they just stabbed a dude from War. That's a Nevada gang. They just stabbed a dude from War, like just stabbed him in the neck a bunch of times. So I know if it's coming, it's going to come hard and fast, and I'm not getting hit. And dude, there was a move, and I was pretending to be on the phone. And when I seen the door start to shut, I like timed it, and I just ran for the door, dude. And it was almost like a movie. I just like slid through the door, and the door shut. And the yard cops out there that walks the yard, you know, make sure everyone's out inside. He's like, hey, get back in there. And he's like, goes to call on the. He's like, no, don't open that. He's like, what's going on? I was like, man, I gotta go, man. These dudes are trying to kill me, bro.
Right.
They got knives. They're trying to kill me. And when you say that to a cop there, they know that's true.
Yeah.
They're like, no one's gonna try to kill you. Knives. And they're like, no, these dudes. If he says it, it's probably happening.
Right.
So he's like, oh man, because now it's work. You know, he's gotta take me to the hole. He's like, all right.
They hate work.
Yeah, one coming into the lieutenant's office first, you know, and tell him what's up. One coming to the lieutenant's office, you know, so he walks me there, and I'm just, dude, I'm so relieved. I'm just like, dude, because I've seen it so many times, and it was gonna happen to me.
Mm-hmm.
And so I get away, and they put me in this like a visiting thing, you know, like we talk to your, you know, the window.
Yeah.
They put me in there for 2 days. I slept in there. I ate in there.
Why didn't they stick you in the shoe?
There was no room. There was no room in the shoe. Finally, I get to the shoe, and yeah, dude, it sucked.
Listen, our shoe was almost always empty.
Crazy. No,
listen, our shoe was so empty. One time they closed it down to renovate it, and they just moved everybody. So if you go to the shoe like in the low, they put you in the shoe in the medium.
Oh, crazy.
And there was still plenty of room.
Yeah. That's crazy.
But it was a good place.
Yeah. I wish I was there. I'd have been like, hi, guys. You know what I mean? Just all goofy. Yeah, so I was in there, and I was in the shooting, you know, they're going to ship me. And I'm like, look, man, you know, I'm not, you guys it's on paper that we went on a bad hit for the Aryan Circle. I can't walk anywhere that there's Aryan Circle. He's like, well, there's not Aryan Circle everywhere. I go, but yeah, but they hit. I know there's a place you can send me.
Right.
I'm talking about the Deuce in Coleman.
Right.
And they're just like, well, you gotta debrief, and you know, you gotta drop out and do all this stuff. And I was already like in negotiations with a couple of guys to drop out because I was trying to be a Buddhist,
right?
You know, study Buddha, the Four Noble Paths, Four Noble Truths, the Eightfold Path. I'm trying to study that stuff because I was a believer, you know, of that. I don't believe it now, but well, Buddha said that there would be a Jewish Messiah. Buddha predicted it, and Buddha always said, "Don't worship me. I'm just a teacher." So anyway, I don't want to talk about that, but
so they move you to Coleman.
Yeah, they sent me to Coleman. But still, it's drama getting to Coleman. You know, you go to OTC, they're like, hey, man, where you going? Where you going? You know, I don't know. And, but I did know.
Yeah.
You know? And then when you're on the plane going to Florida, you know, all the hardcore dudes are like, hey, where you going? Where you going? I was like, I guess it's Coleman. They're like, 1 or 2. I was like, I'm going to the 1, dude. And, you know, when you're on the bus at Coleman, you're just praying they drop the dudes off at the other places first and you're last.
Right.
Of course you're not. You know what I mean? So you got to be on the bus talking like you're good and normal. And then, you know, I seen it's the Deuce. I'm like, fuck, man, I got to get off here. But I'm just like, all right, guys. Yeah, man. You know, like, oh yeah, here it is, the Deuce. Man, but I'm not going there, you know. And they're like, yeah, man, all them pussies, all them dropouts and rats and, you know, this and that and the cops, you know, there's tons of cops there.
Yarbrough.
Yeah, dude. Dude, I was like,
Why are they calling me,
dude,
fellas?
I couldn't even make eye contact with those fools when I went off the bus. I just got off the bus, you know. I wish I could have just been like, "Yeah, later, suckers," you know. But
That's crazy. I
Yeah.
can't believe they called my name. This has got to be a mistake, fellas.
Yeah,
It's got to
yeah.
be a mistake.
yeah,
I'm
wanna
going
say
to
somebody
get
said
this
that, but
straightened
I
out.
can't remember.
I'm
Yeah.
going to get this all straightened out. I'll see you guys in a couple days.
yeah. I'm gonna talk to the captain as soon as I get there. I can't walk this podcast yard. So I get to Coleman, and I'm getting short. I'm like a year away, maybe not even a year. It might be shorter than a year. And man, I get there, and I'm just like, I can breathe. You know what I mean? There's still a little bit of politics there, you know, and everyone there is trying to explain themselves while they're there. Like, oh, you know, it was just a mishap with this, you know, and this, you know, only safe place I could be, but you know, I'm good. I'm still an AB, you know, or I'm still a dirty white boy. I'm still an ABT. Everyone's still in their gang. They just have to like sit here until the guys can figure it out. You know, they're either investigating something bad that they read, you know, kind of like what I was doing there, you know, but I'll stay here until that happens. But I already know you can only get there from checking in 3 times or, like my thing, there's a hit basically on me.
Right.
Or what was the other one? I mean, there's other ones. There's other reasons to be there. You're a cop or you're whatever. Drop out. You got to debrief. That's the other one I was thinking of. And so, you know, no one did that. No one did any of those things. Everyone there.
It was all a mistake.
It was all a mistake. But so I'm there.
You actually have a good story. Like I was told to do something by somebody.
I sure did.
And now these are trying to, like, I didn't do any of that stuff. A higher up told me to do something. Turns out he was a piece of shit. And now I'm on that card with him.
Yeah.
Because I followed an order.
Yeah. Yeah. So, so I get there and, you know, all the white boys are super cool. You know, there was the AB dude there from California. He didn't take to me right away. You know, he just kind of see how I felt. You know, I used to do that. I'd watch people land and see how hard they land. You know, if they come out, you know, just swinging like, you know, yeah, you know, loud and proud or whatever. Or, you know, are they getting in the mix? Are they looking for drugs right away? You know, but he's seen how I landed. I landed smooth and just kind of just chilled. And he came up to me one time. I was walking the yard. He's like, "Hey man, spin a lap." And he was just telling me his story. You know, he did make a bad call and had one of his AB dudes killed, and it was just a bad call. He shouldn't have done it. He didn't get permission to do it. If he could have gotten permission, like it would have happened. I talked to other AB dudes about it after that on the streets, and I was like, "Yeah, I was at Coleman with so and so." And they're like, "Oh man, if he just would have gotten permission, you know, it all came. He was the real deal." But yeah. So the only problem with the Deuce is that it's safe, you know, for you to be there. But all the Cubans and the Puerto Ricans and all them dudes and all them gangs, that's not a bad yard for them. That's just their yard,
right?
You know, so they don't like any of the white boys because, you know, they're all bad in their shit, but they don't really politic like that. It has nothing to do with them. So we all walk together,
right?
You know? But to get in close with them or, you know, to do business with them, it was almost impossible unless you're a tattoo artist,
right?
You know what I mean? And I was tattooing on them all the time and they were, you know, feeding me and giving me, you know, lots of stamps. And there wasn't a lot of drugs there. Like the biggest drug there was like gabapentin, you know, sometimes a Suboxone would hit the yard and they'd cut it up into 1 million pieces and sell it. But yeah, it was pretty chill there. And then that's where I left. I left from there. Yeah. Took the bus back to LA. They tried to send me to my sentencing district, but, you know, I proved where I was from and sent me back to LA. And I did the halfway house in Hollywood. And it was just crazy from there. Yeah. So I took the bus back to LA. Got to Vinewood. It's the halfway house in Hollywood. Like the next street over is Hollywood Boulevard, and then the stars and stuff. And but I know the area. basically there my entire life. So anyway, so I'm stoked I'm there. It's co-ed. So it's like, it's guys and girls all living together. I get there, everyone's got a girlfriend, you know, just a bunch of Mexican girls. There's like 4 of us white guys and this white girl, but she only dates Mexican guys. You know, I try to tell her I'm half Mexican, which is odd. And, but you know, it's cool. There was some cool dudes. There's some Armenian power dudes there that had heard of me. And we were all getting along, hanging out. This dude Stomper, super cool dude. And basically we would just go out for job search and just go walk Hollywood Boulevard and hang out, go to Starbucks. My kid brother sent me a Chromebook, you know, it's just a Chromebook, but it was something for me to go online with. You know, I've been down for a while, so there's a lot of new things out there. So I'm just basically hanging out all day. I'm sliding places here and there to do tattoos for cash. But the halfway house isn't really like on me about, they just know I'm getting out this date and hopefully, you know, you can get a place, you know? And so towards the end, I was like, my family's going to get me a place. I think I turned in a little bit of money to get out. I can't remember, but I got let out. And, during that time, one of the girls that lived there, she had a friend and she asked me, hey, do you want to make some money? And I'm like, absolutely. She's like, all right, it's basically just, you're going to open an account, you're going to deposit these checks, and then the girl that works there, she's going to create sub accounts from that main account. And then you're going to go in with the account number and you're going to do a withdrawal slip and you're going to withdraw only $1,000 at a time. Because if it's anything more, they'll look into it. They'll go to like the next page and see that the money's not cleared yet.
Right.
But like, I guess like $1,000 was like the deal.
Yeah.
And so we started doing that. And they were having like tweakers, you know, steal from mailboxes or whatever to get the checks. But they would always have some checks like with different names, you know, it could be whatever. And we would fill them out. And then I would deposit them, and and a lot of times the teller would be like, "No, I can't." I was like, "Well, can you get your manager?" And they would go get the manager and be like, "Hey, look, this is my money. Like, I just got approved for this car. I need the down payment." And I'd have some fake paperwork that said Toyota on the top or whatever. I didn't do that all the time, but in the end, I realized I need to have like a story,
right?
You know, to like stand on. Like, it's important that I get this money today. It's my money. It's in my account. So that worked, and it was working big time. And but I had to come up. And so when I give them a social security, I would just give them a fake social, and they would send out. I would sign a thing, so they would like send out for proof of the social or something at the bank, but they would still open the account. So you can only do that so many times with your ID before they like, hey, you can't do this. But I did it a bunch of times. And but when it stopped working, she told me to put a hole in one of the numbers of my ID, and then when they go to do it, you just tell them it's a different number, you know.
Right.
And I would always just say, oh, that's a 0, you know, or a 6 or something, because you could kind of see like maybe it was an 8 or something, but you could still kind of see one of the round like numbers through the hole.
Right.
And when they asked how that happened, I was like, oh, I left it at a restaurant, and the stupid manager put it in his office and stuck on his cork board, you know, and said, you know, so he didn't lose it or, you know where it was. Right. It makes no sense to me either, you know? Right. And so we did that, and we did that for a lot. I mean, it was well over $100,000. I'm thinking more close to 2, but we would split it. And but the only thing is that I could only do 1,000 at a time, and I had to do it fast. So I could go to each bank like fast, bam, 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 and then she would move it to another sub account, give me the next sub account number, and then I go in there, write it on a slip, or I had a bunch of slips with me, but I would write on a slip, go in there, you know, I need to withdraw 1,000. I think sometimes we tried to do more, and sometimes it would work, but we tried to stick with 1,000 and just try to drain as much as we could. We usually roll like 8,000 or 9,000 on the checks, and then we would deposit 2. And so she would just, I don't know exactly everything she did, but it was working, and it worked for a long time. And then finally I went in, and it just wasn't working.
Right.
It just wasn't working anymore. But I was giving my PO so many dirties for heroin that was about to come to an end too.
Right.
You know, but he thought I was doing good because I always had money. I had a shop, tattoo shop, but you know that was mine. And he just, man, as long as you're doing good, just don't deal drugs, don't rob anybody, don't do bad guy shit, except for your little possessions that you're doing to stay well or whatever. Because every time he see me, he goes, "You look good."
Right.
And
But you filled your UA.
Yeah, but I was failing UAs. So finally, he got a new supervisor. He was a black guy, and he was like, "Man," and I'm on paper, and he's like, "Dude, you're letting this way?" No, he's got to get clean or he's going back. So he gives me like a week to get clean, sends me to this detox center in Long Beach. I'm trying to get clean, but like I'm like on day 2. And I'm hallucinating so bad. I'm doing like 5 grams of heroin a day, but I'm hallucinating so bad from withdrawing. I fell asleep because they give you all these pills to like sleep because they try to get you to sleep the bad part away.
Right.
But I had a dream that I had a conversation with the doctor and he said it was okay if I just left and came back later that night. So I'm trying to tell the nurse that, like, no, Dr. So-and-so said I could leave. And she's like, no one told you could leave. I promise you. And I was like, but I gotta go. And she's like, oh, yeah, are you signing out AMA against medical advice? Yep, signing out. So I get out, call my roommate. I left my roommate with a big chunk, a ball of heroin. And call him. I told him to bring me a Get Well. He comes. He's coming all the way from Hollywood. I'm in Long Beach. It's far. And so I'm just waiting there, just sweating, withdrawing. And he gets there, and I just do the shot right there in the car, right in the parking lot. And dude, it's just like, I'm not trying to glorify drugs, but it was just like such a relief to be well. And I was like, oh, what am I going to tell my PO, man? What am I going to tell him? I just got to be honest. So I told him, I go, look, I walked out of the place, but I'm going to get clean. I'm going to do it. I'm going to go to my brother's. He's going to put me in a room, lock me in there until I'm done with detox. And that's what I did.
I was going to say, you don't want to detox in prison. That's for sure.
No, absolutely not. And that's what I did. Because that was like a Friday. I told him that. I had till Thursday. So, and I had a couple checks that were getting ready to clear. I forgot about that part. Because it didn't stop till after that. Because I remember going to the treatment center. So I messed that up. I was going to the treatment center. And I had checks clearing, and I had to be well enough to go withdraw from those checks with a girl. And that was on a Monday. And my brother was like, "What? You look like shit." I was like, "Yeah, but I got to get money for treatment and blah, blah, blah." She's like, "All right, I'll take you." And I did, dude. I did it like totally sick. And even talked to the dude was cool. He just got back from some vacation. He was telling me all about the vacation and I did it. And I got to treatment. I went to a Phoenix house in Venice Beach. And it was cool there. But I didn't tell him because I got clean with Suboxone. And so I didn't tell him I snuck in the Suboxone. So when the Suboxone ran out in treatment, I got kind of like sick again. But I was weaning myself off the Suboxone.
Right.
So I kind of got sick again. One of the guys, my roommates, was going out. I said, if I just had like some vodka or something to take the edge away. So he got me a little bottle of vodka, brought it back to the treatment center because they get to go out for like work and like look for jobs before they graduate. And he brought me back this bottle of vodka. I drank the whole thing, dude. I was so drunk, bro, and I had to go to group. And I was so drunk. And I thought, and there was a dude there that I knew was selling heroin. I went down to him. I was like, dude, I just need a little chunk because usually if you got a little buzz, an alcohol buzz, and you do a little heroin, it'll even you out.
Okay.
In theory.
Did it?
Well, I did too much. So I OD'd.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. I have a picture of it on my phone just laying on the floor. With all the things on me and the paramedics surrounding me in the treatment center. I keep it there for when I go talk now because I talk around in different treatment centers. And I haven't in a little bit, but I used to when I first got out. And I do a little talk on integrity and how that it like nurtures shame and guilt, and then you're back using anyway. So yeah. So anyway, so I OD. The paramedics come. They take me to the Marina Del Rey hospital. I get out of the hospital. I go back to the treatment. I take a taxi back to the treatment center, and they're like, "What happened?" And I was like, "Man, I was upstairs. Dude had some monsters or whatever, energy drink. I drank it, and someone must have put some heroin in it and set me up." The story sounds so dumb.
Mm-hmm.
I'm almost embarrassed that I said it.
Right.
Like I feels embarrassing now saying it. And my PO didn't buy it for shit.
Right.
But my counselor bought it. And she was like rooting for me. And because I was doing pretty good, you know, like all my assignments were good. I was being honest and because I was trying to get better. So PO comes to the thing the very next day. He's like, take a walk. So we walk on Venice Beach Boulevard, you know, the boardwalk, you know, you've seen it on movies like, where everyone's crazy. It's Venice Beach. Anyway. So he's like, come on, take a walk with me. So we walk. He's like, you're full of shit, bro. You're full of shit. He's like, the only reason why the marshals aren't here with me is because of LaTanya. LaTanya believes in it. She was this black lady. Super cool, super smart. I really don't think she bought it, but she was rooting for me.
Right.
So she just told him, no, let's just let him see how he does. And he said, she believes you. She wants to see how you do. So, I mean, what does it matter to me if you go to prison now, if you go to prison later? I either way, because you're either going to do good or you're not going to do good. So he let me good. And dude, I became like the house coordinator. I was killing it. You know what I mean? I became a leader of the house.
All right.
And so I was there for 4 months. I graduated. It was super emotional. I got lots of pictures. I'm like big and fat and healthy. And I got lots of pictures of that time. It was just, I felt really good. My girlfriend didn't leave me. Yeah, I had a girlfriend during that time too. This girl named Gloria. And she was like a Mexican hot rod pinup girl, you know, with tattoos and stuff. And I just told her I took Vicodin. So sometimes I'd fall asleep when we were watching movies. And, but I had to be honest with her in treatment, and she stuck by me, man. And she would always tell me, she'd be like, oh, false advertising. When we first started dating, you said you were this, you said you were that, but you were a junkie and blah, blah, blah. Only when she would get mad at me or think I was cheating on her, you know?
Right.
She woke me up one time with my phone and hit me in the head when I was sleeping. We had been out playing pool and drinking, and she hit me in the head. She's like, what is that? And it was like this like automated general email, like went to some like a back page or something.
Right.
That was in my emails. And like, I never did anything like that.
All right.
And I was like, I have no clue what that is. You're being crazy. And she like threw it at me, went to pour bleach on my computer, and dude, she was crazy. But I stuck with her because she stuck with me, you know. And I did. I lied to her about everything. And so 3 or 4 months go by, and we're not getting along. And I relapse. One of my friends from treatment, he lived in Venice Beach. I went and checked on him one time, and he was just high. And her and I had been arguing. And I was like, man, let me just take a hit off that. He's like, are you sure, bro? I don't want to be the one. Everyone always says that. Mm-hmm. I don't want to be the one to get you started back. And you're like, look, it's either you or someone else. Might as well get high with you, right? And so anyway, I got high, and I couldn't stop, you know. And it sucked, dude, because I like that treatment center. I feel like I did some good work there, but I just wasn't ready, I guess, you know. And so anyway, I started using again, and was like trying to beat my UAs and missing them. And finally they were just like, hey, we if you get if you figure out another treatment center for you to go to, we'll let you go to that, but we just need you to come down and sign some papers. I'm like, all right. So I went down there, signed some papers, nothing happened. I was like, okay, they're gonna let me do this treatment center. The next day my PO was like, hey dude, you forgot to sign this one sheet, you didn't look at the back. I'm like, all right. I get down there. They were waiting for the warrant. The judge was out that day. Couldn't sign the warrant. So they let me go and come back. Well, I got drugs on me, you know, syringes, drugs, heroin, meth. And I get there, and dude, it was like they came out of the ceiling. It was just like, whoa, they were there. They're like, just calm down, calm down. I was like, I'm calm. You guys are excited. And what's crazy, I went to take a piss when I was in there, and one of the marshals had come and take a piss next to me, but he was just doing that to make sure I wasn't bailing. And so anyway, so I got dope sick in jail down in Santa Ana. But they had to lock me up because I'm a gang member. I couldn't be in regular population, but I was with other gang members, and they all had drugs, and they seen I was Malias. You know, hey homie, you Malias, you Malias. I was like, yeah man, mucho Malias, mucho Malias. He's like, okay, and he sent me a piece. You know, got me well, and but I ended up getting sick in Pahrump. And did you ever go to Pahrump in your travels? Yeah, it's like a holding center now. So anyway, I went to back to prison on a violation. It sucked, but I had to go all the way back to Montana because that's where I was sentenced. So whenever I violated, I had to go back to Montana, see the judge, and then go to prison and then come back out. Well, this time, did she let me go back? No, she didn't let me go back that time. She said, you got to stay in Montana because every time you violate, I'm not going to come get you and fly you back just so you can see me. And I was like, I ain't staying in Montana. I hate Montana. It was like, well, you have no choice. So anyway, I end up staying in Montana. They put me in a halfway house. I meet a girl. She's shooting pills. She wasn't when I first met her, but she was a pill shooter. And I was tattooing at a tattoo shop in Montana. And every time she'd need to get high, she would come get money from me. But finally, I was over it.
Right.
I was like, dude, I'm done. But I had met someone on my violation, and he would always talk about counterfeiting. They always, dude. He was like, man, you do this, you do that. You take the purple cleaner and do this, or you can do an acetone bleach wash, but the pan gets hot, and you can take a soft brush, toothbrush, and because we were washing ones. Right. And man, that's like the perfect way to do it, though. I mean, it's a dumb crime, but it's really like trying to find paper. I've heard guys, I get 50% this, 40% that. Linen, I had paper sent in from here, from China, this and that. I'm like, dude, just wash a one. Why not just wash a one? But maybe they know about it at that time, or I don't know, or maybe they're just trying to do too much at a time. They're trying to do it bigger than washing, 10 ones at a time. So I figured I could figure that out, right? So I started doing that, washing ones. And first I was using the bleach. It was really hard to get it. You tore up the paper a lot. The paper got really like brittle. Mm-hmm. And because the toothbrush and the chemicals would take layers of the paper off. So it would just get too thin. So, but they looked really good. So sometimes I made the old ones, of course, not the ones with the blue stripe. And the 50s were always perfect. Those always passed because I don't know, they didn't scrutinize the 50s. Now in Billings, Montana, they scrutinize 20s. They, if you look shady and you hand them a 20, they're gonna hit it with a marker, or put it. And now they have like ultraviolet light or whatever, like a little thing they can stick them in. So anyway, I was doing that with her. I was just making them, and she was passing them and buying her pills. And one time, I said I was gonna stop making them for her, and I did stop for a while. But I went back to making them for her. And the first time I went to make her like 10, I was washing some ones at my new condo. But I had a roommate, and she killed herself last July. She was my best friend, and that really sucked. But anyway, Christina. And that's a whole other thing. But she was under investigation for selling meth. She had stopped. But they hit her house. When they hit her, she was my roommate, so it was our house. So they hit it, but they caught me and my girlfriend coming out. And they're like, who are you? Who are you? And I'm so-and-so. But her state PO was there. Oh, Miss Lance, like, good to see you. What are you doing? She's like, nothing. What do you? She always talks shit to her POs. I used to hate it because I'd be like, they're hiding in the closet because we weren't supposed to be together. And she'd be like, why the f*** are you here at 1 a.m? And I was just like, dude, shut up. I'm like hiding in the closet. Right. And so anyway, I had just washed a bunch of ones with the purple degreaser. You like boil it in a microwave. And then when you pull them out, dude, the ink just like falls off. and you just hit it with the soft brush, electric toothbrush a little bit, and it's a clean one. You can print them. So I had a bunch of wash ones on the ironing board because I would iron them flat. Because if you didn't iron them flat, they would, when you put them in the printer, they wouldn't be like, flat, to go through the sheet, to go through the roller. But for some reason, I just started ironing them. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because I used to put them in a book wet and let them dry in a book. But I just didn't want to wait. So I blew dry them, and they'd be all wrinkled when you blow dry them. And then I would iron them flat. And so anyway, the FBI Safe Streets Task Force hit her when they went to search the house. In my bathroom, there was a bunch of washed ones on the thing. And they asked me what I was doing. I said I was making these coupons that look like money for tattooing. And so because when I would make other coupons, they would lose them. But I figured if it looked like money, they would just put it in their wallet like money. And they would always have that coupon, and they would come get a tattoo someday. Even if it was a year later, they would still have that coupon, in their wallet.
Right.
And dude, I came up with that right then and there. It might sound corny now, but it worked.
Right.
And but my girl had a fake 100 in her wallet. So because they took her to jail for a probation violation for being in a known drug house. And but she there was no drugs there. They didn't find anything. But the only thing they found was my counterfeit. And we laughed about that for a long time. But it's stupid. Where was I at? Oh yeah, so they booked her into jail. She had a fake 100. The cops caught it in booking, and so they realized that was fake. My PO calls me that night. He's like, "Hey, they got a counterfeit 100 off your girlfriend. You sure you weren't making counterfeit money?" I was like, "No, I'm sure." He's like, "Well, come see me tomorrow at 1:00." I'm like, "All right." I knew I was going back. I knew for sure they were going to charge me with counterfeiting. Counterfeiting up to I can't remember how many hundreds of thousands or close to 100,000 is it's almost like a federal misdemeanor. You get 9 months.
Yeah.
And but you get a little extra time if you have the what is it called, uttering? But yeah, but if you have the printer, you get 5 extra months for having the device that made those. But they have to match it. But of course it matched it. I didn't change printers. I knew to change printers before, but I wasn't even trying to do it again. I had stopped doing it for her. And so anyway, if I knew I was going back, so I got all my fares. I took my car. I had this little TR7 Triumph. Had a Mustang engine. It was cool. It was a cool little car. And yeah, I just knew I was going back. So I went and seen him. He's like, hey, we got a warrant. Marshals came in. He's like, you're gonna do your violation first, and then we'll see where they're at with the investigation with the counterfeiting. They want to make sure they have all of it,
right?
Because they, there was a bunch that got passed in Bozeman, Montana, which is 3 hours away from where we lived, and so they just want to make sure they have all of it. So anyway, so I just sat out. They did my time. They gave me 6 months, so I never even left the jail. And finally, they indicted me.
How much time?
Yeah, I got 9. I feel like I got 14 months. I could look that up. Yeah, I think I got 14 months, but I got a lot of time served from the time that my probation violation ran out, or somehow I think it linked over a little bit for the way they filed it or something. But I did go back, but I only went back for 4 months, and then they gave me 6 weeks halfway house because I was yelling and screaming about being homeless. No, they only gave me halfway house the first time, my first violation. I thought I was going to be homeless on that last time. And when I got off the plane, so I went and did my time, nothing happened there, but I did it at a low, and they locked me up when I first got there because of my gang affiliation.
Right.
It was in Big Springs, Texas. They locked me up right away. They were like, wait, you can't walk this yard. You're crazy. We're going to find you somewhere. I was like, man, I only got a couple months. So SAS came and talked to me. I was like, I had to sign this thing. I won't beat up any chomos. I was like, yeah, I'm not going to beat up any chomos. Just let me out of the hole. So they let me out. There were some good dudes there. I still talk to a couple of those guys from there. Anyway, so I get out. I think I'm going to be homeless. But as I'm getting off the plane at the airport, there's this dude standing there with a sign that says Yarbo. So my name is spelled right. So I walk by him. He's got this little dog, old man. And I stop. Hey, I go, do you mean Yarborough? He's like, yeah, Sam. I was like, yeah, that's me. He's like, hey, I'm Ken Cottrell. I run a transitional living home, a Christian transitional living home. He's like, yeah, your PO got a hold of me. He said you were worried about being homeless. Well, I got a spot for you to live. I was like,
wow.
I knew nothing about it.
Right.
And man, I was like so relieved. I was so relieved because my plan was to go get drunk, turn myself into my PO, go see the judge, and let the judge just discharge me.
Right.
Because I still had a ton of paper still. It took me 10 years to do 5 years paper. Yeah, I just got off like a year and a half ago.
Okay.
Yeah, but it took me 10 years. Totally stupid. So anyway, I lived with him for a little bit and got saved. And man, it was an amazing thing. I did have another relapse and I went back for a little bit. But when I came out of that, oh wait, no, I didn't go back for that one. But I did have some state paper because, oh yeah, I skipped that part. So during the counterfeiting, I also got a state charge for a dirty spoon for possession.
Okay.
But they just gave me like 4 years suspended for that. But it was my girlfriend's spoon. I was clean at the time. And my Fed PO even tried to tell her, like, no, he was giving us clean UAs. He's like, well, he got charged with it. Yeah. He can either fight it or whatever. But they finally came with the suspended. So I was like, yeah, I won't even fight it. So anyway, so I was living there. I relapsed, had to leave there, went back to jail, and they were trying to figure out what they're going to do with me. They ended up sending me to this 4-month treatment program called True North. And that's where like the real change happened. I fell back on my Christian beliefs, started reading my Bible and praying, was hanging out with other Christians from this church called Emmanuel Baptist, and just had a real good support group. I finally like truly mourned my wife. And it happened in an anger management group of all things. I was in an anger management group where I didn't think I needed to take. I didn't feel like angry. I had no violence in my record, but some prison violence, but nothing outside of that.
Right. I was gonna say,
but that was all
okay
acting.
Right.
In my eyes, yeah, I did True North, a support group, got out of True North, and was doing really good. Was going to church. Was talking at the treatment center and did my little shame and integrity little spiel, and was doing really good. Was with my sponsor having coffee, and this girl walks by and she's like, "Hey, are you Sam?" And I'm like, "Yeah." She's like, "Do you remember me, Mariana, Arthur's wife?" And I was like, "Oh yeah." She's like, "Well, Arthur's ex-wife." I was like, "Oh well, how's little Arthur doing?" It was one of my tattoo clients' wife.
Right.
And she's like, "Well, I want to get a tattoo." Well, anyway, so I went and did an art consultation with her, and we never got to the tattoo. We just talked about God and life, and we talked about just life and like just being a spiritual being, and it was just a really good conversation. Well, we ended up just being inseparable, and we fell in love.
How long ago was that?
That was 4 years ago. Yeah, 4 years ago. And maybe 3 years, 3.5 years. We've been married for 3. So, yeah. So, yeah, just pretty amazing thing. We're struggling now. There's a big age difference. And I really struggled with that in the beginning. But, our pastors say you fall in love with who you fall in love with.
She's a lot older than you?
Yeah, no, I'm a lot older than her. It's like a 26-year age difference.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That is, yeah. My wife's 18.
Huh?
My wife's 18 years.
Oh, 18 years
18
difference.
Years difference.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
She seemed really cool. Like just on vibe, she seemed really cool. Yeah.
26, sheesh.
Yeah, And now, you know,
That'd be like dating Mary Shelley. Like, what's going on? What?
yeah.
No.
Yeah. But you know, I think she's just mature enough and I'm just immature enough where we meet a little closer, you know?
Right.
Because I'm still super silly. I'm super like, you know, all over the place but I'm sober, you know, and I have God and I just truly just think this is the best I've ever been. Really feel like I'm my most authentic self that I've ever been. And I don't like using that word authentic self because it sounds so treatment, or it's so therapy. I didn't really hear it in treatment, but I see a therapist every Tuesday. And yeah, so we're trying to find my most authentic self. And even before my wife, I don't believe that before she was killed, I don't think I was my authentic self. I was a super workaholic. I didn't treat her the best, you know. I just wasn't present mostly. And I used to get emotional about that. And she deserved better than me, you know, even though I wasn't a drug addict. But I feel like I was an asshole. And I just feel as close as I can be to my most authentic self as I am now. I tattoo, and I just try to spend as much time with my family as possible. Now, my wife doesn't believe that. She thinks that I'm just obsessed with tattooing, obsessed with YouTube, because I started a YouTube channel called Legal Livewire. It used to be called All Rise Legal Network, but I just do like court hearings and I do some commentating. I want to do more commentating and maybe even do, I don't know if I'm going to do it like in TV series, like form, you know, or do it live. I talked to Kobe a little bit about it during our little break. So I got some ideas and he gave me some good advice. So like, I'm going to try to make some changes and, you know, but it's pretty cool. I have almost 9,000 subscribers now.
Nice.
Yeah, I got
that takes a while.
I got my first 4,000 like in 4 months, something like that.
Nice.
But I was posting all the time and I was doing lives and you know, had a little community, started a Discord. Discord's super confusing for me. I don't understand. Like, I don't feel like it's a good fit for me, you know, so I don't do it too much. But they say you should.
I've only heard about it. I don't really know what it is.
It's kind of a nightmare. It's like servers and communicating and like
it can be a lot. It's just like it's like a group where you go into and there's a bunch of mini groups, little sub pages within this page that you go to. You talk to people.
No,
You would have.
I can barely handle doing the answering comments.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Me too.
Yeah.
Me too. Yeah. It's a lot.
So if we had one, it'd be like guest request, general chat, latest episode chat.
Yeah. Whenever you do an episode, you would come on and talk about it with everybody.
And
what did you think about
people
that?
in there? So it's. I mean, it's kind of confusing at times.
In the LawTube, you know, niche, it is kind of an important thing. You can grow your channel with it, but it would have to do exactly what he said. You know, after I would publish my episode, and you know, people start watching it, you know, then I'd be on there available to talk about it, or you know, sometimes I will put, you know, let's discuss on Discord after it, you know. And I tried it for a little bit, but it's hard. It's hard to keep up with everything, you know, with tattooing, family, trying to find some self-care. You know, I used to work out. I'm like as skinny as I've been ever. Like I'm almost as skinny as when I was using. Yeah, I usually stay around 245, 250. And I think I'm like at 215 right now, 220 maybe. You know, my shoulders are shrinking. I feel like my arms are shoestrings, you know. But that's all ego, you know, but you know, we like to be healthy and fit and look good in shirts and, you know. I know you know because you look so good in shirts.
We posted you know how we've had to post a few repurposed videos.
Yeah.
There's a comment, I don't know if you saw it. Someone said, "Man, Matt's arms are shrinking," because there was a video from like
don't
a year
say that.
ago.
Oh yeah.
That we'll get in our head about that forever. Not forever, but
listen, bean shooter.
Yeah. You see what he's doing this weekend?
No, what?
He's in like Colombia or something getting surgery.
No, I already saw it. He already got it. He sent me the videos. That's what I was gonna say. he literally we did a thing. Somebody left a comment. Someone left a comment in our video that said, "Holy bat or holy turtle or holy holy turkey neck Batman."
Oh man!
And he said, "Listen," he said, "I got so upset about it. He flew and had the surgery done.
He needs to come on here again and explain it."
Yeah, I'm waiting to see how it looks.
That'd be dope.
I know.
Me too.
I've been watching.
Did you see how they did it?
I just seen like a couple of his stories, and I'm trying to look.
Bro, I'll show you the video. They went here, and down. So it's like a big zigzag, and then they're gonna tie it all. So I want to see how it looks
and how it heals,
how it looks. Like, oh, listen, he's got a video of it. I mean, I'm like, he sent me I'll show you.
Yeah, that's dope. I mean, I guess. How old is he?
Gotta be similar.
So like around our age.
He's about my age. Yeah, he is. No, is he my age or a little? I want to say he
might be a tad
younger. He's a little bit younger. He's a little bit younger, a few years younger. He is funny.
Man, we didn't even know who he was really when he was coming.
And listen, after that episode, he was hilarious. And what's so funny is I think he's funny, right? Which my wife already kind of thinks I'm a kind of a dirtbag. So the fact that I think his humor is funny, it really upsets her. What really sent her over the edge is the fact that Colby thinks he's funny.
Oh yeah,
and she's like, I don't even think I know who Colby is.
Yeah,
that he laughs about this guy and thinks this, and she's and if he's following him, she's like I don't think she's like I have an image of she has an image of Colby as this really wholesome kid who's married his high school sweetheart and had 2 kids and is just the nicest, sweetest guy, and the fact that he'll laugh at anything that Bean Shooter puts out upsets her to her core.
Yeah.
And I'm like, he's just kind of maybe you're wrong. Maybe he is kind of funny. She's no.
Yeah, she can't be. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
She's upset because the homeless guy. The homeless guy, he'll go, "Hey, buddy, hey." Now, he's obviously has an issue with this homeless guy. "Hey, buddy, I got you some coffee." And as the guy comes towards him to get the coffee, he just drops it on the ground, like kind of chucks it and throws it on the ground.
Oh, shit.
So it's like, it's a dick move, but there's obviously, she does it to him all the time. The guy's like, "F you." He's like, "Nah, come on. I was just around the other day. I got you, bro. I know it's cold out here." And the guy will start to come through and he'll be like, "Here," and he'll throw it at him. I mean, he's just, and unfortunately, it is comical the way he does it. And
I'll have to see the way he did because it sounds shitty.
It does sound shitty, but
I tried to show one of my buddies. I was like, "Dude, look at this," and he's like, "Man, that's messed up."
Shit.
Yeah, Matt's been sick. If you could just explain like in a minute, like 1 minute, 90 seconds, what you did, I would basically use it as a TikTok.
Just try to use it. Yeah. I'll do it. I'll try to do it kind of funny.
Yeah. You could.
I'll just do it naturally and you can edit it.
If you do it and just pretend,
pretend I'm talking to him.
Pretend you're talking to Matt right there. And then it'll just be on you and I'll make a TikTok out of it.
Yeah.
And that'll be it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Ready?
So I would start by saying what you stole Ben Stiller's credit card information or something like that.
Yeah.
If you just say that and then tell whatever.
Say, yeah, and then I stole Ben Stiller's credit card.
Yeah, and then I'll make a TikTok out of it.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Is he good? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, then, dude, I stole Ben Stiller's credit card. Yeah. Dude, I was driving these escorts around. Well, I got in really close with the madam. It was like Tiffany's Exotic Dancers or something. And, dude, so I was staying with the madam because we would like smoke every once in a while. And I was always hitting on her, but she would never, hook up with me. She actually hooked up with a friend of mine for like a long time. But anyways, yeah, so she would have this book with all these credit cards because these guys would call in. And this is like in the heart of Hollywood. And we would drive these girls to Beverly Hills, to, Calabasas. Well, anyway, I was looking through the book and I seen Ben Stiller's name and then his like credit card number. And I was like, well, that's probably got a pretty decent limit. So I bought a computer. I sent flowers to my girlfriend. And dude, my girlfriend knew I didn't have any money. So she like she called the florist, but I used Ben Stiller's name to buy him because I don't know if they check the name or whatever they do for the credit. So I just used his name, and then so she called the florist and he said, yeah, Ben Stiller sent you those flowers. And when I went to take credit for the flowers, she broke up with me. She was like, you're disgusting. You just like bought me 24 roses with like someone else's credit card, and it was Ben Stiller's credit card. She's like, you're a piece of shit.
That's perfect.
Cool.
Use that.
That's pretty good. I felt like I was acting.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys, thanks for watching the episode. If you liked it, do me a favor, hit the subscribe button, hit the bell so you get notified of videos like this. Also, we're going to leave the link for all of Sam's social media in the description box. Please do me a favor and go to our Patreon and join. It's $10 a month. It really does help Colby and I appreciate you guys so much for watching. Thank you very much. See ya.
Good job, bro.